Welcome. My name is Christo Joseph. I'm the Director for Strategy and Planning at Garden City University, India. It is an honor to host the South Asia Summit in collaboration with UCJC, Spain. I have with me Ms. Eva Cano, who will join me in moderating this event.
Hello, Christo. Greetings to all of you. It is a real pleasure to be here with you today. I am Eva Cano. I am the Director of International Relations at Camilo José Cela University. And it's a real pleasure to be able to moderate this event and be part of the conversation that is going to take place about the future of higher education.
Throughout the event, we will have educationalists, academicians, industry representatives, political leaders who will address the question on how must the third millennium universities reinvent itself to respond to the needs of the society. This will be done from a South Asia perspective, including the views out of 3 out of the 9 most populous countries in the world: Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, 2 islands, Sri Lanka and Maldives, and 3 landlocked countries, Bhutan, Nepal, and Afghanistan.
Indeed, representatives from all of these countries will be reflecting on the 12 points of the Global Education Forum's manifesto from the South Asian perspective, promoting the transformation of the university system and higher education as a whole. The insights emerging from the event will contribute towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 of the 2030 Agenda, which is, as you all know, to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, thanks to the partnerships, the policy orientations, and capacity building that will arise from this gathering.
Throughout the event, we will be discussing about the 12-point manifesto using the 4 tracks: digitalization, how it can be used in higher educational institution; social commitment, focusing on how societies and universities can operate in a more accountable, interconnected, and a collaborative manner to achieve the sustainable development goals; well-being, how it can be addressed in higher educational institutions; and entrepreneurship, how entrepreneurial culture can be developed in higher educational institutions.
Let me kick off the event by introducing Mr. Salvador Medina, CEO and co-founder of the Strategic Educational Innovation Consultancy Valhalla and director of the GEF at UCJC. Salvador is a strong advocate of the university as an engine of change and social and economic growth. In this inaugural speech, he will talk about the think tank Future on Learning that originated the 12-point manifesto that vertebrated the discussions of the Global Education Forum's third act, and the imperative need to keep these reflections alive and put them into practice for the transformation of higher education institutions. Salvador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a big pleasure. I think that anybody can hear me. Thanks for inviting me to share with you the reflection with Universidad Camilo José Cela made about began about three years ago. It's very important to understand that the Global Education Forum is a movement. The Global Education Forum third act was based on discuss about how the universities, how the higher education needs to change in the next 3 years after the COVID and after the movement that is creating around the world in higher education, thinking how the education needs to be or is going to be in the next 3 years. So in 2020, the university began to think about how one university needs to be built if we start from scratch. So we are going to try to adapt the university for the new needs that is going to be happen after the COVID. Let me share with you a video which is going to explain very well what is the process that the university began in 2020, where more than 2,500 people has been contributing during the last 3 years, debating about the 12-point manifesto that everybody is going to speak during the next 4 hours or 5 hours of event. And I think that with this video, you will understand very well the aim, the objectives, and the reason why the Global Education Forum is a real meeting point to discuss the higher education of the future. Let me show you this video, please.
In recent years, we have witnessed the beginning of a profound debate on the role of the university and its need to change, evolve, and adapt to the new social and professional reality we are living. The appearance of COVID in March 2020 was the definitive push for this reflection to be even broader, deeper, more sincere, and necessary. A few weeks after the beginning of the pandemic in April 2020, the Camilo José Cela University launched the think tank Future and Learning. Its objective was to analyze the impact of the pandemic on higher education, to reflect on the challenges and opportunities of higher education in the face of the current paradigm shift, and to build a community of innovators to openly discuss the future of higher education. For 16 months, more than 100 university rectors and vice-rectors, entrepreneurs, students, professors, and other professionals from the formal and non-formal education sector have held one of the deepest and most current conversations on the future of higher education. The conclusions to all these conversations are summarized in what we call the Global Manifesto, 12 points of discussion for the University of the Third Millennium. In June 2021, UCJC went a step further and decided to broaden the debate, launching a new edition of the Global Education Forum, a platform created in 2010 by the SEC Education Group that held a similar discussion on school education and its first two editions. In this third edition, the Global Education Forum aimed to continue the discussions initiated in the think tank. During the three-day event, more than 120 experts and students from all over the world discussed the challenges that the university system and higher education are facing. But that didn't start on the event. On the weeks prior, we started this debate with different micro-events around 4 tracks: entrepreneurship, well-being, social impact, and digitalization. We also started an international campaign asking the educational community to share their views on the future of higher education. More than 120 people sent in their videos with insights. In addition, more than 1,000 students from all around the world spent several weeks working and contributing ideas on what the university they want to study at should be like. We want to continue this debate with a community of more than 6,000 people that participated and building on all the insights generated around the forum. This is the Global Education Forum, an open innovation platform and the movement that is co-creating the future of higher education.
You can see during the video, this is a movement. It's not only an event where people is going to discuss. And the South Asia Summit, it's the next step that we are doing to debate the conclusions of this platform and the 12-point manifesto at local level. So this is very important that during the day, you really contribute and discuss about how do you think about the 4 main tracks that has been debating in the last months. Let me, before I finish, share with you the 12-point manifesto to understand what are the 12 points that is a real path that every single higher education institutions can follow to adapt the vision for the 21st century challenge. So let me share with you this 12-point manifesto explanation.
We believe in a university for the third millennium that's learner-centric, collaborative, open and accessible, data-driven and personal. A companion for lifelong learning, with a nomad campus that offers modeless educational experiences. A university that's responsive to the new learning needs of the future of work and assumes new teaching and learning roles. A university with a sandbox spirit that focuses on the well-being of its community and is socially committed. We believe in a free-thinking and critical university. This is our global manifesto. What do you think? Please join the conversation.
And I think that with this final sentence, it's something that is very interesting, that is, what do you think about this 12-point manifesto, the aim of the South Asia Summit? As Cristo was part of the event in Madrid in October 2021, I think that is a fantastic scenario where we can discuss about how these 12 points can be adapted and used in the higher education community in South Asia. So Eva, thanks for your time. Christo, thanks for the opportunity. And I hope that's going to be easy to understand, and good luck with the day.
Thank you very much, Salvador, for sharing the history of the Global Education Forum and your vision of higher education. Thank you for contributing to the debate. We will now give way to Ms. Nieves Segovia, President of SEC Education Group, of which Camilo José Cela University is a part. Nieves Segovia is the driving force behind the Global Education Forum movement, which began in 2010 and 2011 with Acts 1 and 2 on the future of school education and the need to transform it to adapt it to the demands of the moment, and which returned its debate in 2021 in its third act, focusing on higher education. Thank you very much, Nieves, for being with us today. Before your intervention, we are going to project a short AV profile of yours.
An expert in learning innovation, Nieves Segovia is president of SEK Education Group, comprising of Universidad Camilo José Cela and SEK International Schools. Founded in 1892, SEK encompasses 10 schools across the world, including 15,000 students. In 2020, SEK became the first academic B Corp in Europe. Nieves Segovia sits on the Education Advisory Board of the Spanish Ministry of Education, chairs the Felipe Segovia Foundation, is a member of the Board of Trustees of Fundación European Sociedad y Educación and Fundación Transforma España. She is Vice Chair of the Talores Network of Engaged Universities Steering Committee. She is also Vice Chair of the Global Sports Innovation Center, the Club Excelencia en Gestión, and EduTech Cluster Spain. She founded the Global Education Forum and SEK Lab, the first EdTech startup accelerator in Spain. In 2017, she launched the UCJC Integra program, which has been joined by Sfera and EdTech. Recognized among the most influential women in education, she has received the UNICEF Prize for Education in Values, is a regular speaker at education forums, and writes frequently for the media. Nieves Segovia is a Harvard Advanced Leadership Initiative Fellow, representing a year-long cross-disciplinary program preparing experienced leaders to tackle complex social challenges.
Good afternoon, my very dear friends, and greetings on behalf of University Camilo José Cela, the whole SEK education group, and our learning community. I am just delighted to be joining you today in this event, and of course, first of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thank you to Garden City University, its chancellor, and of course Christo Joseph and your whole team at Garden City for putting together this conference and having the courage to advance the debates of our Global Education Forum. And doing so, not just in a shy way, but doing at the highest and most rigorous intellectual level from a South Asian perspective, which gives context to the debates and the conversations we've already had. So we feel very proud that you took on the challenge of continuing our event and building on the movement that we are trying to build across the world. So thank you very much for being our friends. By bringing together researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and of course teachers and students to discuss one of the most pressing issues, I feel, of our time, is a testament to the commitment of Garden City University towards its mission-driven ethos. And again, I think I'm very proud for the friendship and the collaboration that we have forged over the years now. We all know that as a humanity, we are at a crossroads. So many things have shifted over the past few years. Our frameworks, our institutions, so many sectors have been disrupted. And universities are too in this situation. This now, I feel, is a turning point for formal higher education institutions, as we need to redefine a role to better serve our students for a better future. So we need to think what should that better future look like, and what is our role in helping society through each one of our students and their role in their leadership role in it to be better. We need to think of new ways to confront what I think is the inevitable disruption of the education system as we've seen it. For many years, this discussion has been going on, and you've listened to the videos where we started the conversation in K-12 education, where we said the education model was in a crisis. It wasn't serving the needs of students. It wasn't using the ways of communicating our students had. But right now, it's in higher education where we see disruptions happening at high speed, because everything that's happening around us is absolutely exponential. We have new players. We have probably a larger field than ever because we all need to learn forever. Every one of us forever. That's many people, and for a long time. So we have a larger field, but we have these new players who are coming into the scene, and we need to see as one of the most important institutions and structures that have the elder society as we know it, which is universities. What is that role we need to define? Because we definitely want to have a leadership role in that future. The Global Education Manifesto is our North Star. You've heard about it. There is a lot in it. There are many discussions that will be prompted from it. And we are inviting researchers and teachers and experts across the world to help us dig deeper into each one of those manifesto points. And that goes alongside the 4 areas that vertebrate our discussions and which will be central to today's event. You've seen them, there's the panels. This is the 4 areas which we feel run across the rest of the manifesto points and help us guide our work in a more practical from a more practical perspective. Of course, I would like also to express my gratitude to all authorities who've endorsed this event at the highest level, and to all speakers who are sharing their time and their insight, and the audience for your time, for being there for us, for engaging in this very important conversation as we move on into what I think is an exciting new world filled with opportunities and a few challenges for education and learning. And with this, I wish you all a very, very successful Global Education Forum South Asian Summit, one that will be filled with learning and so enjoyment and commitment, as I said, for a better future. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Madam, for giving your thoughts and also giving us the opportunity to be a part of the Global Education Forum movement. We wish to take forward all the 12-point manifesto and give you a complete holistic idea of what the 12-point manifesto means from the South Asian perspective. That was what we are trying to achieve in the deliberations that are coming forward. Next, we have Dr. Joseph VG, Chancellor of Garden City University and Honorary Consul General, Republic of Maldives in Bangalore, who will address the gathering. He is the visionary behind the Garden City groups of institution. I request the team to play the AV of our Honorable Chancellor.
Dr. Joseph VG holds the position of the Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Maldives in Bangalore since 2020. As an educationist in the last 3 decades, his institutions have been one of the most sought after for higher education. In 2013, the Garden City University was established with Dr. Joseph VG as its first Chancellor. Promoting high-quality education at affordable cost in India, as a chairman of the Garden City Group of Institutions, he has been instrumental in attracting students from 81 countries to pursue higher education in Bangalore. The scholarships offered by the Garden City Group of Institutions have created many useful scholars around the world. His philanthropic activities include scholarships offered to the economically backward class and support orphanages and old age homes. He is a national advisor for the Peer Committee of National Assessment Accreditation Council, an autonomous body of the University Grants Commission, Government of India. He is a patron member of the Red Cross Society of India and several other international organizations. He is a recipient of many awards like Shikshana Ratna, Bharat Samman, Karnataka Chetana, Pratibha Ratna, Karnataka Shikshana Ratna, Karnataka Bhushana, and pride of the industry for his exemplary contribution in the field of education. He was bestowed with the Education Evangelist of India and UN Karmavir Chakra Award in 2013. Global Education Forum and Garden City University welcome you.
Namaste. Good afternoon in India and Asian region. Good morning to other part of the world where people are directly viewing and participating this meeting, otherwise conference. I'm delighted to be here as the Chancellor of Garden City University, partnered with UCJC, otherwise forward with UCJC, Spain. Madam Ivanez just now given her beautiful speech, and I expect a lot of cooperation and association with the university, which we are talking through her in various corners of the world. Because education should not restrict to an area where you teach or learn. Education is the global asset. It is our duty, every educator, otherwise every institution responsibility to see that education reaches to the entire world. So in this context, my friend Mr. Christo Joseph made a small effort at Garden City University, collaboration with the UCJC, and made a South Asia conference. So the Asian country is very famous for number of children. What we have seen is many of our students are going in different parts of the world for higher education, although we have plenty of opportunities in India. My question is why these children should go out. No, migration is not started now. Migration is always there everywhere, including this coronavirus. It is migrated one place to another places. This is actually natural justice. Otherwise, world is happening like that only. We have to accept the fact whether it is right or wrong. Similarly, this COVID problem, taught us many things. I never thought that I'm going to speak today in front of this camera. I think the way our nearest and dearest past, I thought, why not I? I also, mentally prepare for that. But anyway, I am fortunate. Still, I am alive. I am here, and I have a lot of vision to make the university, otherwise education sector, in a bigger way. What I mean is, education should not, otherwise educationists should not live for their living. Somebody start an education institution, if that is taking care of their well-being, if they are taking care of the daily needs, such people should do some other job. Education is a service. With these contests, some of the institutions should come forward, especially in the Asian region, because as you know, I'm very, very, very honestly saying that economically we are not that rich, but emotionally we are very rich people. We have a lot of students who wanted to know their fire in their belly. They wanted to lead a beautiful life for which they go to any extent for their studies. Education is leading and should lead a beautiful life in our society. Personally, I feel if somebody is studying for some course for their living, they should not. Education should bring happiness, peace, harmony in our human life. That should be the basic principle of life. Today, we are seeing from the different parts of the world what's happening. This is merely because of bad education received from such institution. Now, I humbly request all the educationists, teachers are associated with these. Give them good education, give them a good moral support to them, tell them what exactly world wants from you. That kind of education need to be given from educationists or with institution. Many of the institutions are failed in this direction because with the result what we are seeing today. I always say and continue to say, if a doctor does a mistake, what will happen? A patient will die. But if a teacher or education institution does a mistake, the entire society will die. Today, corrupt politicians, corrupt officials, corrupt in education institution. Where they are come from? They all come from the education institution once they were a student. So in order to eradicate that, we need to give a moral education, a scientific education, and I call it spiritual education. What do you mean spiritual education? I am not meant is temple, mosque, masjid. I have not meant that. I mean, in education institution, we give them a moral education. So how a human being, how a future human being should live in this world, how they are fit into this society, how they can enlighten those people. This is what the education needs. Finally, I think, thank you so much, Mr. Krishna, and Eva, and my friend Eva, I call. I'm very happy to say, my friend, and the state evangelist madam, thank you so much. I would come to visit your university. Otherwise, I say our university. We are one, and let's move together. Thank you so much. There are plenty of eminent personalities are there. They wanted to speak. They wanted to enlighten us. So we eagerly wait for them. Of course, I'm going to view the program, entire program I wanted to view. Thank you, one and all. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughts. And yes, education is truly a service, and we are so noble to be in this space. I have the great pleasure of introducing the next speaker. He is a statesman, a political leader, and most importantly, an academician at heart. His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Wahid Hassan, former president of Maldives. Although with his very busy schedule, he was so kind to agree to deliver the inaugural address for the South Asian Summit. We are very honored to have you here, Excellency. I request to play the AV of Excellency Mohammad Wahid Hassan.
President Wahid was the 5th president of the Maldives. As president, he contributed significantly to the development of Maldives by promoting political stability and development. He began his career as a teacher and contributed greatly to the establishment of the modern education system in the country. Internationally, he served as senior education advisor to the United Nations Children's Fund in New York and as UN Special Representative for Education in Afghanistan. He served UNICEF South Asia as regional director based in Nepal. Before joining UNICEF, Dr. Wahid was a UNESCO education consultant in Bangladesh, Swaziland, Lesotho, and Mozambique. During his long career with the United Nations, he has also served as Chief of Education for UNICEF in Tanzania and Bangladesh and Head of UNICEF in Turkmenistan, Yemen, North Macedonia, and Montenegro. Since 2014, President Wahid has been Distinguished Fellow of the National University of Singapore. In addition, he serves as advisor to the government of Saudi Arabia. Global Education Forum and Garden City University welcome you.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you. Honorable Ministers, Chancellor Dr. Joseph, distinguished officials of the Global Education Forum, heads of universities and education experts, and students. I'm honored to be invited to deliver the inaugural address to the Global Education Forum South Asia Summit. Thank you, Dr. Joseph, Chancellor of the Garden City University and the organizing committee. I congratulate you and your staff for hosting this important event. I have known Dr. Joseph for many years now, and I have to say that he surprises me every time I meet him. His contribution to the advancement of the university and to the development of higher education in South Asia is truly admirable. We have ministers of education, heads of universities, professors, students, and other higher education professionals here today to reflect on the future of higher education in South Asia. I'm truly happy to be here amongst you. The 4 themes you have identified for this conference are well chosen. They include how higher education can develop a culture of entrepreneurship, how to maximize the contribution of higher education to the well-being of society, how to improve cooperation with society to achieve the Millennium Development Goals and to enhance digitization of higher education. I wish the participants a very productive discussion and look forward to the recommendations. In my mind, all the above themes are related to the central purpose of higher education, which is to create leadership for the good of society, leadership that will sustain and nurture the earth and life for the current and future generations. You will agree that on a global scale, higher education has to some extent failed to prepare the leadership necessary to overcome poverty and ignorance, prevent conflict and war, and avert the rapid deterioration of the environment, especially climate change. The future of humanity is under threat from climate change, warfare, pestilence, famine, and may I dare say, ethical and moral deficit. I think you will agree that we need to move away from the destructive paths we are on and reverse climate change. You will agree that we need to make unprecedented efforts to avoid war, especially nuclear, chemical, and biological warfare. More effective means have to be found to promote peace and to eradicate poverty and ignorance. These are not new challenges, and the world has not been idle or indifferent over the last few decades, but we don't seem to be succeeding. You are familiar with the quote from Albert Einstein: "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them." The challenge for higher education is to create a new kind of thinking, a new kind of leader who understands the complexities of the problems facing humanity, has the analytical and intellectual capacity to understand them, and the spiritual and moral values to be caring and compassionate. I believe that the fundamental role of higher education is to create leadership necessary for preserving and enhancing the potential of human beings and the world. Such ambition and aspiration are necessary to put human development on a more optimistic trajectory. I believe it is possible. We can get on a new path of recovery and regeneration if we develop human capabilities, aspirations, and commitment to think differently and act differently. Where there is good leadership, millions of people have been lifted out of poverty, wars have been avoided, saving millions of lives that could have perished otherwise. Every person who receives higher education must acquire the values, abilities, and attitudes for appreciating the natural abundance of the world, the richness of culture and civilization, and be able to lead a compassionate, caring, and progressive vision of the future. The ambition of every person should be to leave a better world than the one she inherited. Ladies and gentlemen, the organization and practice of higher education have been somewhat similar all over the world. They are modeled after the great universities of the West from industrial age. There has been more disruption in education in the last 2 years than in the last 2 centuries. A global pandemic forced us to rethink the organization and delivery of education. Therefore, now, the higher education community is much more aware of the need for transformation of education than ever before. These developments are taking place while global concerns for the life of the planet is also mounting. The third millennium universities are in a totally different ecological, economic, and technological reality. Rapid developments in renewable energy, machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things have changed as we know it only 15 years ago. Contrast that with the land-based dial phones, telegraph, paraffin lamps, black and white TV that we grew up with. We can only guess what the world will be like in the next 50 years. But one thing is for sure, machine learning will far exceed human capacity in knowledge acquisition, storage, and analysis within just a few years. If higher education institutions don't adapt to the new realities, we will fail future generations from meeting the most pressing needs of their times. In South Asia, general education systems and higher education need disruptive interventions to create greater flexibility and innovation. The culture of education in the Asia-Pacific region tends to focus on knowledge acquisition. Success in competitive exams and pressure children to make premature choices for their future. In the West, on the other hand, students are encouraged to explore their interests and strengths until late into college. They promote self-discovery, creativity, exploration, and experimentation. For these reasons, higher education in Asia needs to reassess not just the purpose of education, but also the content and pedagogy of education. Students must learn to aspire, engage, accelerate, and disrupt their organizations and the world. Universities have to combine both practical and theoretical knowledge, promote dynamic integration of disciplines, and allow more self-directed learning with the student at the center of the university experience. Ladies and gentlemen, as the great nations of Asia, China and India in particular emerge as world leaders, it is possible for universities to play a transformative role in shaping the future vision of global change, a vision that embraces respect for nature found in Eastern cultures and spirituality. Already more progressive universities in the West appreciate the importance of integral and holistic approaches. They have incorporated Eastern perspectives in the analysis and practice of human development and ecology. They have adopted integral theories and morals and spiritual practice as part of their pedagogy. In Asia, most of us live immersed in a culture of spirituality. In our daily lives, we remain connected to something bigger than ourselves and mindful of meaning in life. But our higher education systems have yet to explore integration of traditional knowledge with modern education. What I see in the West is postmodern education embracing Eastern values and experimental learning. Sri Aurobindo stated that there are two crucial factors for opening the window of spirituality. One is aspiration, and the other is the eradication of egocentric attitudes. These are highly valued attributes for the 21st century leaders. Leaders must believe in possibility. The urge for success must come from within, deep within, and understand that she or he already possesses everything needed to succeed. Similarly, leading is no longer about directing from the top. 50 years ago, Robert Greenleaf wrote about servant leadership, in which he affirmed that great leaders practice humility and serve others. I believe that this is Asia's moment to reinvent higher education. Combine the ancient wisdom of the East with the 21st century education technologies. Why not create a fusion of meditative and mindful learning with immersive virtual reality? How powerful would that be? Sitting here in Bangalore, the Silicon Valley of India, you have everything you need to create the most technologically and spiritually advanced education systems in the world. Today, the University of Arizona, in cooperation with Dreamscape Immersive, is developing a series of courses for teaching of science and technology using immersive virtual reality. With this technology, it is possible for young leaders to experience a world where major cities have disappeared, to sea level rise, or an ocean that is devoid of life, or experience extreme weather events happening today in many parts of the world, including India. More importantly, it is also possible to simulate interventions that would put the Earth on a path towards recovery. All this learning can be done much more effectively, meaningfully, and productively today if education could be reshaped to do so. I believe that you want to build a new generation of leaders who will improve their own lives and lives of families, communities, nations, and the world. I believe that you want to produce a new generation of global citizens equipped with vision, technologies, and commitment to serve. The enterprise of education is fundamentally political and cultural. One of my teachers, a Brazilian educator, Paulo Freire, once told me that all education is political. What he meant was that education is for something, against something. Let us use this opportunity to listen and discuss how we can reinvent higher education to become the catalyst of change for the good of society and the world. Let us adapt to the needs of its clients, the students, so that we meet their unique potentials and aspirations. Let us even go further and strengthen the partnership of students, faculty, and administration to co-create much more vibrant, flexible, and relevant systems of higher education. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. the inaugural address and giving us a wide range of ideas and opportunities that higher educational institutions should use. I now would like to welcome the next speaker, the Higher Education Minister of Karnataka, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan. He is a dynamic leader and a champion of the implementation of the national education policy in India. I request the team to play the AV of our minister.
Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan is the Minister of Higher Education, Information Technology, Biotechnology, Science and Technology of Karnataka from 20th August 2019 till date. He took the responsibility as Minister of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood of Karnataka from 10th February 2020. He served as the 8th Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka from 20th August 2019 to 26th July 2021. He was also the chairman of the state's COVID-19 task force. Dr. Ashwath Narayan CN holds an MBBS degree from Kasturba Medical College, Bangalore. Under his leadership, the Department of Higher Education has initiated steps to adopt the National Education Policy 2020, making it the first state in India to do so. He also recently launched a comprehensive learning management system in Karnataka, making it the first state in the country to have integrated LMS with smart classrooms, learning management solutions, and tablet PCs distributed among students for effective digital learning. As the Minister for Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, he took several measures to encourage startups, engineering R&D, biotechnology, and establishing technology hubs beyond Bengaluru. Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood has launched the Skill Connect and Skill Registry portals with his guidance. Under the National Rural Livelihood Mission scheme, various self-help groups have been established and brought under a single platform to encourage women in the state. Global Education Forum and Garden City University welcome you.
Message sent by our Honorable Minister, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan. I request that video to be played.
Namaskaram. My best wishes to all the delegates and participants for this event. On the occasion of hosting a Global Education Forum hosted by Garden City University and UCJC of Spain, I really appreciate their concern and interest in hosting such an international event, which is a need of the hour. Since we are in the cusp of transformation, building a new India, the new India can be built with the right transformation. For that to happen, education is the cornerstone of the transformation. So in this direction, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have come out with a third national education policy, which is very forward-looking, which is facilitating and enabling the changes to happen in all the levels, starting from nursery till all the higher education level and even in the field of research. Probably in this direction, the internationalization of education plays in a very important role. So in this direction, Garden City, its founder, Dr. Joseph, my good friend, who is the founder of this university, and as well as Mr. Christo Joseph, they have taken a lot of interest and they are collaborating with the UCJC of Spain to host a global education forum. Probably by doing so, they are facilitating the collaboration between various countries and enabling the students to get the best practices, what is there existing across the world. And what is good in our country, what is good in our state can be shared with them. By doing so, we are helping each other. So this is a time where we don't have any boundaries. For the talent, we don't have any boundaries. We need to work with each other to come out with the best of the best solutions. So in this direction, we all need to work together. I appreciate, since the landscape of the entire education is completely changing, the technology and the emerging areas are growing in such a fast pace. To catch up with those is a real big challenge. So to improve the talent, to build the talent, this is an era, this is a century of talent, this is a century of knowledge, and our entire economy is based on knowledge and education. So fully knowing this, it is all our duty. How much we can promote the right system of education is our duty, and we need to catch up, and we need to do the right things in a right way, and we need to promote the holistic education. A well-rounded education and personalities need to be created to cater to the ever-demanding sector. There's a lot of demand for the talent, the supply is less. This situation is seen across the world. It is not just limited to any particular place. This kind of situation is emerging in all possible places. So whoever is going to catch up with this are going to do well. So we are in the forefront. We have brought a lot of transformation. We were the first people in the entire country to implement the national education policy in a right spirit, and availing the technology platform, we are able to implement the entire education policy very effectively across the state of Karnataka with the cooperation from all the stakeholders. By doing so, the state of Karnataka will emerge as a place, as a destiny to do business, and the potentiality of the talent will attract all the companies from across the world to set up their business in the state of Karnataka. Even at present now, we have a lot of job opportunities. The supply is less. So it is giving us a great opportunity to look up and strengthen our entire education system, to build the great talent. And in this direction, the Global Education Forum will play a big role, and cooperating with each other and partnering with each other can address this concern. Once again, I wish all of you all the best. Do well. Continue with this journey, and my best wishes. Namaskara. Jai Hind. Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful message, and to showcase what Karnataka and Bangalore is doing in the form of how we are progressing in IT as well as in education. Now, I would like to move on to the first track discussion, that is on digitalization. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ibrahim Hassan, the Honorable Minister of Higher Education from Maldives. So we are very happy to have you here with us live. I would like the team to play Honorable Higher Education Minister Dr. Ibrahim Hassan's AV, please.
His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Hassan was appointed Minister of Higher Education in November 2018. As a prominent advocate for raising the bar of quality, innovation, and a paradigm shift in higher education, his vision for the system has resulted in the first ever Higher Education Act coming to realization. Under his leadership, many new initiatives of the government have been launched, including new academic partnerships with renowned foreign institutions, the Government First Degree Grant Scheme, a crucial development milestone of the current government, and Skills for a Resilient Workforce Program, a COVID recovery initiative by the Government of Maldives targeted to train 2,400 youths in the priority sector of the Maldives. The initiative to establish state-of-the-art TVET centers and junior colleges to encourage and provide higher education opportunities at the outer islands is another noteworthy achievement. As an educational scholar and a policy maker, Dr. Ibrahim Hassan has held office in various public and private higher education organizations. He briefly held the political portfolio as the Minister of Higher Education, Human Resources, Employment and Social Security in 2008. Being a respected academic, his consultancy is sought by the higher education sector, to the development of which he has greatly contributed. Prior to his appointment as the Minister of Higher Education, he held the post of the Country Program Manager for Australia Awards South and West Asia. Dr. Ibrahim Hassan has been a keen interest in research in the field of education and has authored and co-authored several articles and consultancy reports. He has also worked as an editor, columnist, and a featured writer. Dr. Ibrahim Hassan was a recipient of International Macquarie University Research Scholarship Award in 2001 and Research Item Award in 1999. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree from University of Glasgow, Scotland, a postgraduate certification of education from the University of Leicester, England, a Master of Arts and Doctor of Philosophy in Mathematics Education from Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia. Global Education Forum and Garden City University welcome you.
Very highly honored to have you here. The floor is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, Dr. Joseph, distinguished guests, academics, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. It gives me great pleasure to address this gathering today and say a few words on the role of digitization in the higher education sector. I thank the organization of this movement, as we've been just told, Global Education Forum South Asia Summit 2022, for this wonderful opportunity. Digital transformation is fast revolutionizing the way we approach the various facets of life, including how we exchange information, how we do businesses, and how we market products. Technology and data are the driving force that shape our world, and higher education is one of the biggest industries that is well positioned to reap the benefits from digital transformation. In today's world, new technology has restructured employment and continues to bring changes to it. By embracing digitization, we serve customers better and we streamline business operations. In the higher education sector, our customers are students who seek the higher education and skill building opportunities that we offer. When we look at the status of students, we see the need to let go of our traditional image of students. In the current context, it is more common for students today to balance work, family life, and their studies. This underscores the need for higher education providers to pursue digital avenues like the social media, websites, and email marketing to recruit and retain students. Digitization is not only environmentally friendly, but also provides wider access to students to the services that we offer. By leveraging technology and data, institutions can raise the quality of the education they offer. They can make data-driven decisions and celebrate their success using big data. They can enhance student engagement and chart their progress via learning platforms. They can keep their students updated on campus events and engage them socially and academically via mobile apps. They can digitalize library resources so that more students can access the resources online at their convenience. Similarly, digitization assists us to maintain records and archives, make it easier to retrieve and exchange information. There's no end to the benefits the higher education sector can achieve through digitization. However, it comes with some challenges. First, we look at the issue of digital literacy, which is key to successful digitization. The ability to locate, assess, and share data through digital information and communication technology is the most basic step to embracing technology. Therefore, investigating and investing in technology is important. Employees must be trained and confident enough to seek quick solutions to keep the processes smooth. Institutes need to be aware of the most recent trends and keep abreast of the new developments so that user-friendly options are offered. These factors call us to carefully evaluate the competencies and skills today's labor market demands. How much are we focusing on equipping the labor force with the right skill set for the 21st century? How much of the labor force has the required technical, verbal, and cognitive abilities and the social maturity to assess, and engage with the emerging and fast evolving digital trends? According to the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report 2020, by 2025, widespread workplace automation linked to technological development will entail a reduction of approximately 85 million jobs. That is 10 million more compared to the 2018 edition of this report. The report also states that up to 97 million new roles that are more capable of capturing the new division of labor between humans and machines may be created. This means that by 2025, repetitive and mundane activities will take a decline, with about 40% of lower educated workers facing the loss of their jobs due to automation. New roles and jobs such as robotics are also emerging as a result. Digital skills and non-cognitive skills such as entrepreneurship, active citizenship, creativity, and social emotional skills and are increasing in demand. However, a shortage of these skills is being felt by most countries today. To overcome these challenges, we need to delve deeper into the factors that create these gaps and shortages. Gaps in qualifications of job seekers are often exacerbated by socio-economic inequities such as the lack of access to internet at home, limited training opportunities, outdated mindsets, and unequal financial situations. These issues have further worsened due to the COVID-19 pandemic, when most businesses and educational institutions had to suddenly switch to digitization and distant learning. Across the globe, we saw new tools, solutions, platforms, and services emerge and has remained as part of the new normal for the pandemic. The world had to quickly get used to all these new technologies which connect homes and services and provided access to basic needs. Those who did not have access or were not able to adapt got left behind. In the Maldives, the greatest transformation was observed in the education and the higher education sector. Thankfully, the transition from traditional to online and digital education for us was smoother than in most countries. Due to our unique geographical dispersal, higher education providers already had in place most of the technologies and platforms required to continue their programs without much interruption. However, the inequalities I mentioned earlier, limited access for students in vulnerable situations, limited access for students in vulnerable situations. As researchers Toda, Safta, and colleagues indicated in their report, Effects of Digitization on Higher Education in a Sustainable Development Framework, Online Learning Challenges During the COVID-19 Pandemic, published in 2021, a successful transition to online education requires a higher degree of adaptability, which involves technological and pedagogical support, as well as elements for monitoring and evaluation of participants to online education. I'm grateful for the collective effort exerted by the higher education providers during the pandemic to explore the digital options and offer their services in a flexible manner. Many other sectors were not so lucky. They struggled to keep on providing their services. The most common challenge faced across these sectors were people's lack of capacity and skills to use online platforms and resources to their best advantage. We assume young people are better equipped than older generation, but most lacked sufficient job-relevant digital skills that make them competent for the job market and civil life, highlighting the need for countries to strengthen digital infrastructure and skills. Dear colleagues, as higher education providers, we need to adapt and keep up with the times. Digitalization has changed the higher education sector by enhancing teaching and learning, research, and governance. Student enrollments are on the rise, and with that, an increase in demand for higher education and skilling programs that are diverse, flexible, and aligns with the interests and needs to students. Technology has allowed us to rethink the design of physical learning space to accommodate new and expanded relationships among learners, teachers, peers, and mentors. It has compelled us to personalize learning and give students choice over what they learn, how they learn, and when they want to learn. This is a trend that will gain popularity and increase in demand in the coming years. Universities should therefore offer flexible learning programs and adapt assessments and instruction through technology without compromising quality. To cater for these needs, the higher education sector of the Maldives has developed a higher education network and a management system with a single point of entry and engagement. E-learning platforms have been created and are widely in use. These are good starting points from which we can keep building on the policies to encourage digitalization. Now, more than ever, there's a greater need for adequate infrastructure, better connectivity, up-to-date digital equipment, safer platforms, and digitally competent professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, today we observe that artificial intelligence has officially entered the higher education realm. The policy dialogue on how artificial intelligence could be integrated in higher education is gaining momentum. Personalizing all the experiences of a student life using artificial intelligence can no longer be considered an imagination, but a reality that we may have to embrace very soon. Hence, we need to be prepared and absorb and integrate these changes to make sure that we are not left behind. We also need to join hands to enhance digitalization in universities in South Asia. To achieve this, I recommend universities work jointly to achieve the maximum out of reshaping paradigms, including technology. We need to focus on identifying and systematically eliminating the barriers to integrating technology in higher education. This requires inwardly scrutinizing the existing practices and transforming the current teaching and learning models with sustainable technological advances in education. Capacity building is crucial to seamlessly integrate technologies suitable for all aspects of higher education. Improving the student learning environment with modern technology and ways to engage large numbers of students in stimulating discussions, innovation, and research will promote creativity and academic rigor. We need to incorporate the use of ICT, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, robotics, and virtual reality in the day-to-day practices. This will in turn enhance competencies and help us to align our services with industry-based skills. The role of statistics in higher education is of utmost importance to scale and cater to. Digitalizing and sharing of such statistics can lead to a brighter future for the sector. I conclude by calling all universities in South Asia to increase collaboration and sharing of best practices to improve digitalization and digital transformation of their academic landscapes. I hope further discussions and conceptual clarifications on what digitalization is for institutions and country contexts will continue. I wish success and good luck to all the universities taking part in this endeavor, and I thank the Chancellor of Garden City University, Dr. Joseph, for inviting me to speak at this event. Thank you and a very good afternoon. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving us insights into what your thoughts are on digitalization and what universities and educational bodies can do to make it more robust. Next, we have the panel discussion. I thought since we are having such a long conversations one after the other, would it be fine if we can take a 5-minute break? We will be back in 5 minutes to start the panel discussion on digitalization. Thank you all.
In recent years, we have witnessed the beginning of a profound debate on the role of the university and its need to change, evolve, and adapt to the new social and professional reality we are living. The appearance of COVID in March 2020 was the definitive push for this reflection to be even broader, deeper, more sincere, and necessary. A few weeks after the beginning of the pandemic in April 2020, the Camilo José Cela University launched the think tank Future and Learning. Its objective was to analyze the impact of the pandemic on higher education, to reflect on the challenges and opportunities of higher education in the face of the current paradigm shift, and to build a community of innovators to openly discuss the future of higher education. For 16 months, more than 100 university rectors and vice-rectors, entrepreneurs, students, professors, and other professionals from the formal and non-formal education sector have held one of the deepest and most current conversations on the future of higher education. The conclusions to all these conversations are summarized in what we call the Global Manifesto, 12 points of discussion for the University of the Third Millennium. In June 2021, UCJC went a step further and decided to broaden the debate, launching a new edition of the Global Education Forum, a platform created in 2010 by the SEC Education Group that held a similar discussion on school education and its first 2 editions. In this 3rd edition, the Global Education Forum aimed to continue the discussions initiated in the think tank. During the 3-day event, more than 120 experts and students from all over the world discussed the challenges that the university system and higher education are facing. But that didn't start on the event. On the weeks prior, we started this debate with different micro events around 4 tracks: entrepreneurship, well-being, social impact, and digitalization. We also started an international campaign asking the educational community to share their views on the future of higher education. More than 120 people sent in their videos with insights. In addition, more than 1,000 students from all around the world spent several weeks working and contributing ideas on what the university they want to study at should be like. We want to continue this debate with a community of more than 6,000 people that participated and building on all the insights generated around the forum. This is the Global Education Forum, an open innovation platform and the movement that is co-creating the future of higher education.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we have a panel discussion on digitalization, and I have the honor of being the moderator for this session. I would like to first welcome all the dignitaries that are here. I would like to welcome Mr. Mohan Pradhan, Senior ICTO, Ministry of Information and Communication, Bhutan. Professor Manish Pokhriyal, Dean, School of Engineering, Kathmandu University. Mr. Rajesh Jaipal, AI Ops Engineering Lead, IBM India Software Labs. Dr. Sibi Shaji, Registrar, Garden City University. Dr. Rodriguez, Director, Department of Design, Innovation and Education Technology, SEC Group of Institutions. Thank you all for being here. I know we are a little ahead of time, but thank you for making the arrangements to be here ahead, and we can kick off this discussion on digitalization. Very firstly, I think it was very aptly put by the keynote speaker, Honorable Minister of Education, Higher Education of Maldives, of how important it is for digital communities to be created. My first question is to Mr. Mohan Pradhan. Sir, how can students achieve personal and community goals with the help of digital learning processes? Could you enlighten the gathering here about that question?
Thank you, Christopher Joseph. Good example, I'm Mohan Pradhan from Ministry of Information and Communication, Bhutan, Thimphu, Bhutan. I've been working here in the ministry almost 26 years in the tenure in the government, and I've been working in the ministry as a senior ICT in the different ministry, and now finally in the Ministry of Information and Communication. Thank you very much for the question that you have raised. And very recently, our government, the government of Bhutan, Royal Government of Bhutan, has moved forward for the digitalization of every citizen should go with the digitalization. In the first, Bhutan has come and implemented the digitalization impact in the different initiative forum. Like many of the online services which people can achieve, get services from their fingertip. With the help of digitalization, in country Bhutan, even in the different talent, our country is a different geographical talent, and very tough time to reach the one location to another location. Even though the digitalization services help us to reach the every corner of Bhutan within a short period of time. With this one, our government has initiated to come with all the schools, colleges, even in the kindergarten, come with all the transformation from the traditional education system to the digitalization system. And we have come across carrying a lot of books on your back and going miles to the school with a lot of books. But now, due to the transformation of digitalization, many of the things has come in the smart devices like mobile, iPad, laptop, with the help of the internet services. And one more, the most achievement in the country, in our Bhutan, though we are in the landlocked country, all the area of Bhutan has connected with the all 10G backbone connectivity to the remotest part of the country, even in the schools, colleges, with the 10 gig backbone internet connectivity. With the help of this 10 gig backbone, it is easy to have a video conferencing like this Zoom, any other the video conference like Microsoft Teams, or any other video conferencing. The Bhutan has changed their technology with the help of this encouraging by our Majesty, the King, Jigme Geshe Namgyal Wangsuk, who is very much enthusiastic to change the system in the government, in the school, in the kindergarten, from the beginning of the thing. The Bhutan has initiated with all the community has to be reached. There should not be, no one should be left out without unreached. Due to this one, during the pandemic, Bhutan has initiated of unreached, where the electricity not connected, where the Bhutan has given all the television services, from where the television services, they can have an education from home itself. Due to this, now our school going student, college going boys and girls has completely changed their thinking and their working behavior. Now, this, because of changing of all kind of activities in the digitalization, the Bhutanese has come to implement the paperless. Before going to the paperless, so the Bhutan has implemented all these online services for all the civil servant, all the general citizen of country. Having this kind of activities, we have come to the all achieved with the help of the visionary mission of our Majesty, the King, Jigme Geshe Namgyal Wangsuk. He has imposed to make all citizens need to be rich with all communication. Very recently, our schools are getting a smart board, interactive panel, where people, teachers and the students need not to use a duster and chalk in the board to wipe out all things. People, the schools are come with this interactive, and with the help of high internet bandwidth, internet connectivity in the school. Because of this, now schools, colleges are improving in the in the all area of their schooling. The one more thing, having the digitalized thing, students are able to go with the recorded lecture time and again, which help the student to capture all the things with those who have learned before. And another thing, the good activities of this digitalization, every resources are available for 24/7. They can visit the library online. In our time, we have to visit personally to the library. Now, library has come to our doorstep, in our mobile, in our tablet, so people can enjoy having the digitalizing activities in the schools and colleges, even in the home. Another one, number 3, I want to impass this one is because of pandemic, we are disconnected from all the area of the living, but with the help of technology, we are connected now. Seeing this is a global education forum. I am in Bhutan, you are in different location. Still, we can have this kind of technology to interact face to face. And with this one, we get connected all the time. So due to having this connectivity, the community, all the remote community has come with all sort of application in their device to get educated. Mostly, I just want to experience my country. My country, Bhutan, is one of the remotest country. It's a landlocked country. It's a sandwich between the two giant countries. Even having being a sandwich between the giant country, we are connected to all the area with the help of the technology. And due to this one, our local community in the remotest part of the country, where people has to travel 5 to 6 days or 7 days walking to reach that area, is reaching within the fingertips. Within a second, we can have a communication. So having in this one, having all sort of this technology, now teachers will have the timetable of classes to teach throughout the day. Having this technology, so we can have all sort of messaging, texting, email, whatever things need to be connect with the student can connect within a short period of time. So Bhutan has come closer to all countries now. And one thing I just want to mention, we have the student, because of this technology, we have the determined study time. We can do the study, we can visit the library, we can visit the school, we can visit to the teachers, we can visit to the tutor at any time of time. There is no barrier of, nothing will be barrier or to make an interaction with the teachers. With the help of technology, this digitalization, everything now in our context, in the Bhutanese context, we have come closer to all things to be digitalized in coming years.
Interesting.
Usually, now, and another one, I just want to encourage our fellow members, our dignitaries. Bhutan will have come with all the blockchains utilization in all the areas. Now, because of the visionary king, this master king, I have to mention this one. Our king, my king, has come. All the kindergarten students need to be IT savvy, so that they can get connected all the time. During this pandemic time, the pandemic has taught us to be connected with the help of the internet, with the help of the smart devices, with the help of the new technology, and we are doing now. And Bhutan has come with the technology of learning. Of all students need to learn Python, where they can have own coding, and many of our students have become masters in Python now, though they don't have a IT background, but still then they are learning. This is the initiative taken by our king. So another one, fifth one, I just want to be here with a flexible choice. We have anything, we can have a choice. We can go with the fingertip. And there is no restriction at all. Number 6, I just want to mention, the digital learning could help to improve our writing, the students' writing, language skills, and they have improved a lot of things with the help of the technology. So finally, I just want to conclude, to familiarize the technology, the hyper-connected world means more and more business with the growing global, with the overseas office, remote work in a lot of different countries. So with the help of this one, we can have everything across the country, across the globe. So we are get connected. And one more thing, the interesting thing, our Bhutanese students learning in India, the Gujarat, Punjab, a lot of things, a lot of places online. They are here in Bhutan, but they are learning online. So due to this online education system, the digital transformation, the Bhutan has achieved more, but least in comparison with the India, the largest country. Bhutan has a very least population. We have 800,000 people out here. But still then, we are proud to be moved towards the digitalization. Thank you, and giving this opportunity for the Global Education Forum and Garden City of University. Thank you very much for this opportunity to express the country, how our country moving to the digitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us an overview and all the activities that are happening in Bhutan. I'm sure there is some follow-up questions that that I'm sure our panelists would like to ask you. And I have some questions for you as well. But just picking on from what you had said, I want to go to Professor Manish Pokhriyal from Kathmandu University. Sir, I want to ask you, how can digitalization empower higher educational institutions and students both in creating a learning community? Your views and your ideas from Nepal, that would be great, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunities. Am I audible? Is it okay? Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Yes, so digitization is now, it has become the mandatory process for not only for Nepal, but throughout the whole, especially after the pandemic. And here also in our country, we are also landlocked country as the Bhutan, between the two giant countries. And though we are landlocked, we are also highly and very efficiently connected throughout the country. So that is the best part of, especially after the pandemic. And in our country, we have only 11 universities, and Kathmandu University is one of them. So after this pandemic, because we always say the pandemic has two sides of the coin. One is one side we have seen many people who are the victim, many people who are they lost their family, they lost their job. But the other side of the coin, it has given a very good lesson to us, especially in the higher education, that now if we follow the same pattern that which we have been following since a long time, so that will not work. So that special message has provided to throughout the world, not only South Asia. So having said that, so we here at Kathmandu University, we also have thought of establishing the digital teaching learning ecosystems, right? So digital teaching learning ecosystem that is for empowering our student for digital teaching learning. But at the same time, we also are thinking like digital teaching learning system is considered as a new system, especially after COVID-19. For the new systems to get the new output, we are in need of the new input. So this new input has to be embedded with the educations. That is what we are working at our university. So what I want to just highlight over here, for the new systems, we need the new input, and that input should empower our student, right? And at the same time, we are just trying to restructure and rewiring the existing education systems of our universities. Like the education is not only to go to abroad or to get the handsome salary, but at the same time, we have understood especially after this pandemic, so education has to empower our student to address the challenges that we have today and address the challenges that they may have tomorrow, right? So today and tomorrow, at the same time, create the opportunity or to grab the opportunity. For that, we have created this digital teaching learning systems for them. But at the same time, we have also highly given the high priority for the lifelong learning. So lifelong learning is one of the soft skills that is needed right now, especially after the pandemic, what we have understood. But in the lifelong learning, if it is an umbrella, so there are few ingredients within the umbrella, like self-learning. Because what is self-learning? Because during the pandemic, our country was locked down. But we are just having a Zoom and other electronic media to teach. But what we have realized so far, we have never taught our students how to do the self-learning. We only asked them to go through the textbook or the slide which we have provided, but that did not work at that time. So lifelong learning is embedded with the self-learning, and also the one thing which we are missing, especially in the South Asia, unlearning. So the things which we have been learning, so that has also to be removed. So unlearning and self-learning and active learning, that makes the lifelong learning. So we are now working on that. And as I have just said, we have the digital teaching learning ecosystem also. And here we have the learning management system, synchronous or synchronous. Though right now we are doing with the physical mode of the class, but we are scared if the pandemic comes again, we have to be prepared. So we are now going for the hybrid mode also. Thank you very much for these questions. Any questions here? Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, Professor. I think you have put it very lightly. Things have to be unlearned, things have to be learned, and also things have to be learned in an active way. I think you've put it in that way. I'm going to take that forward from that question. Let me bring someone from the industry. I want to see what the industry has to say about their attributes. We have here Mr. Rajesh Jaipal from the IBM, the multinational company. Could you enlighten us about what do you think the role of digitalization, especially in the industry-academia relationship, and what is the future? Do you see this kind of digital mode of learning continuing for a longer time, or are those traditional roots of university still prevalent? What are your thoughts on this?
Sure, Christo. Thank you so much.
You're on mute, sir. Please.
I think I've unmuted. Able to hear me?
Yes, you are.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Christopher, for that wonderful question. And good afternoon, good evening, everyone. And I'm really happy to be part of this discussion. And without digitalization, it may not be possible for me to be part of the panel with all the other senior members here. I'm really glad, and I'll be happy to answer your question. In what way industry is seeing this digitalization? Just a brief intro about myself. Been with IBM for the past 22 years, and currently, as you all know, that industry is also undergoing this digitalization phase. So lots of changes are happening, in the way the applications has to be written and approached, right? So my project is, applying AI on the operational data. And I'm happy to see that how AI is leveraged by the university. And before joining IBM, I was briefly working with one of the nodal agency of DRDO, the Aeronautical Development Agency, as a research fellow. And all through this journey, we have seen, the lots of changes that has happened, right? Either at the industry or at the, the university level, right? The way education is being taught. And I have two boys. One of the guy is doing his graduation. I asked him, right? So, I have to, I'm part of this, the discussion. What do you think about digitalization, right? That's happening across the industry. So the one single line he told, I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that from him. He said, "Pa, there is something called freedom to fail. Do you know? There is something called freedom to fail. Why you guys are bringing all this digitalization stuff and making and taking our free times, right? And making us to learn, right?" And that caught my, that's definitely a, different perceptions everyone has, right? So from this side, we want to bring too much of change, the way we want to, educate our children. Yes, definitely, there is a great advantage, as we have listened from the professor as well as from the honorable minister, in what way it is transforming, right, the countries like Bhutan and Nepal. But there is some level of, kind of discomfort also is being felt among, the other side of the community. But my view is certainly digitalization is, helping the students. I will put my experience around this. From IBM, we have a dedicated team called University Relationship, and I'm part of that, contributing, visiting different universities, and I'm also an adjunct professor at Karunya University, Coimbatore. So I had the opportunity to kind of take the latest on the technology to the student community. So one of the university, they asked me, can you help us to, kind of define a 2-credit system, a course for our students so that they will learn something very relevant to what is happening in the industry. And obviously, what we decided is something to do around the data science and, machine learning, right? So when we, industry now is taking lots of effort to kind of come out with lots of, digital contents, be it in YouTube video, right, to talk about what is this technology, right? But also, kind of defining the problems that the industry is trying to solve, and then kind of providing a solution, right, in terms of providing the source code in an open source contribution, and also giving free access to the cloud so that, student can kind of get a hands, dirty with the implementing the problems, right? The solution to the problems that has been, defined by the industry, right? So it is something I see as a great, benefit that industry, is kind of making use of this digitalization capacity to kind of come out with lots of assets. But the challenge to take this to the student community, right? That is where, we need to be a little, innovative. Now, So we did it as a pilot project. So, why can't we select some, few students and see how, they can consume this digital content? So we selected roughly about 20 students and voluntary basis so that we will get the mix of students, So we've defined something like 3 levels. Level 1, right? Make use of the digital content that is available. You take the basic certifications, right? Like Python for visualization, right? Python that is specific to probably data science, right? There are very focused, the digital certificates are available, and that too free of cost. So that we gave to all the 20 students, right? And then, a timeline is being given, like a couple of weeks, and some people took a little bit more time. That's okay. Spend a little bit more time. And then we had the evaluation. And we could see people, going through the modules and then kind of completing the questionnaires that has been provided and getting themselves certified. Now the level 2, and then we had an evaluation. So I took the teachers along, and I was mentoring the university for a couple of years so that the teacher can get used to this and they can run this. And I'm glad that it is continuously happening now as well. So the second phase is the code patterns, something like I told, right? The problem that the industry is trying to solve is made available as a solution by kind of implemented using the technology that is freely available in the cloud. So students can, directly, they can get access to the, the environment, what the industry is using. That's a greatest benefit that we, have now, right? In terms of the cloud computing, right? And the Fortune 100 companies and even the student, they are all in the same environment, working in the same environment, right? So students were asked to implement the solution that is defined, right, in this digital contents that is made available, and get an experience of what is this architecture, what is this flow, where the data is flowing, how the transaction happens, right? How to kind of implement the different services, right? So they get a hands-on experience in terms of going through what is already solved. So this is level 2. And then again, kind of an evaluation we had. So that conversation with the students, right? We engage the students, to understand what is their view on this, right? Why it has to be solved in this way, right? Things like that. So out of this 20, some people, some students, they struggle. Some are little, very quick, clever, right? They also come out and suggest an alternate approach to that things, right? Like that. So that is where, like we see the barrier in terms of, completely depending on the digitalization of the digital media to interact with the students, right? So there is a level of, the absorbing capacity of the students, right? That differs. So that is where the physical connect is very important, whether we are in person in the university or we kind of handhold the students remotely, right? So there is some, level of understanding or gauging the progress that each student is making, right? Now, like some students, so the level 3, right? We made the students, okay, can you solve the same problem in a different way? And also we have given an option, okay, do you want to have, do you have any problem statement that you want to solve so that we can help you in terms of, okay, what technology you can use and things like that, right? So 50 or, like 60% of the people wants to try a different alternate approach to the same problem, right? And then 10 to 20%, they want to have their own problem defined. And it was a very interesting journey for us as well, seeing how the students are picking up, right? And then kind of, so level 3, right? We have, these two category of people, one who wants to solve their own problem. So we kind of switched our role as a mentor, kind of interacting with them. Okay, fine, this is the problem. Refine this problem statement a little more. The problem is like we always want to solve a bigger problem. We don't want to. We don't really see a smaller picture of the problem, right? So we help them to kind of break down into a smaller problems and then see what is viable, what is feasible for you to implement with this free components that is available in the cloud. We help them, mentor them, and they kind of picked up and they're able to come up with some solutions. And there is another category using the same technology, but a different way of solving the problem. They also kind of came out with their solution. Some people felt, okay, I've learned this is something very good, right? But they need little more help to kind of understand, okay, how different I can solve this problem, or what we mean by problem statement. So we can categorize at the end at the level 3, right, that these 3 different set of people. So this is where, right, we don't want to score high for people who are approaching different, but we gave equal weightage, why? Because the attitude is important, but we help the people, right? But some difference we have shown in while grading them, but the learning is basically, even the digital content is available, right? There should be a structured way of, delivering it. So that is where, the human and the digital, the combination is very, very important. So let's leverage, like what is available as a digital content, and, like have some close interaction with the student community in taking that, the technology, right, for them to kind of adapt. And the last and the important point is, the personal touch is very, very important. Like few years back, I was mentoring, I was leading the startup initiative within the IBM and mentoring few startups. And one of the startups is trying to come out with this digital, this way of teaching. And, the attempt is to kind of, if someone asks in the chat about what is, osmosis, right? Something, for example, the 12th physics or whatever it is, right? And the response to that should be different for each, profile of the people. So they will try to monitor how attentive that student is, and this, that, and lots of parameters, right? And then accordingly, they will try to deliver the complexity of the response, right? These things will happen, right? But definitely the human touch is what is very important. You even, like just calling them by name, right? When I interact with my son, this is what I usually, when he wants to communicate, he communicates this thing, right? Today, my sir, he asked me to do this. He asked me to come and sit into his, the department and write this assignment, right? So now that personal relationship is what the students, definitely, like that will make a big impact, right? Which definitely the digital way of teaching cannot provide. So my take is digitalization is good. As our previous panel members mentioned, it has a good reach to the remote areas, and taking that same to the students, to the university, it has to be structured a bit. And, the personal touch to the students is very important. I'm sure our teaching community is doing a great job, but the digitalization should not distract them, right? So they should continue to do their great work, what they're doing in the university. Yeah, thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I think you gave an overall of exactly what the industry is doing, and especially what IBM is doing, and giving a heads up. But I'm just going to take on, I would say, another view perhaps on what it is, or maybe someone from the West. And I have here Dr. Rodriguez with us, joining us all the way from Madrid. I want to take this question on this, where due to digitalization and the third-party vendors playing a primary role in education, as you can see from COVID, they have actually, it's been, accelerated in a lot of ways. Is the principles of the university being compromised there? Do you think that is something that we need to be worried about, or we need to be thinking about?
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity, the chance to participate in the South Asia Summit, and giving us a few minutes to share with you our ideas. So the question I have been invited to answer, as you have said, is due to digitalization and third-party vendors having a primary role in education, will the principle of university be compromised? So I would like to transform slightly this main question with a more specific one, if you let me. So how will the platformization of education transform education systems? That is probably one of the main questions we can pose as today. So digital technologies are opening up new learning spaces. In some, students are invited by their teachers. In others, they become in others, I have lost. Sorry, I have lost my reasoning. So yes. So the question was, how will the platformization of education transform education systems? And I was saying that is probably one of the main questions that we can ask us today. So, and digital technologies are opening new learning spaces. So in some students are invited by the teachers. In others, they become ubiquitous learners, consuming education platforms not controlled by the education systems. So there is no curricular domain or a standardized test in the third space. The tutorial videos, the extracurricular portals, the platforms where anybody can learn non-school skills, informal skills. This is multifaceted market, a new educational dimension that spans the educational boundaries of local proximity. So one of the big questions for the future of education is whether the state should expand the first space, assuming a more central role for designing and developing digital learning environments and services, or if its role is just to define the services and look for companies that can provide them. So platformization depends on a high level of technological infrastructure that most developing countries do not have. So this is an unavoidable obstacle, but there are also different ways to generate frugal innovations that can use technology to generate transformation in access to the right to education. So creating alliance between countries and generating digital educational resources in regional networks will be for us essential to avoid worsening inequalities between rich and poor countries. And although I do not really know your regional reality as well as I should, I suppose that this could be one real possibility to get out of this Global Education Forum meeting a regional agreement to cooperate, because economies of scale are not just a financial issue, but a knowledge-related issue. So we could call it perhaps a scale knowledge. So, but getting back to the initial question, we should probably take into account three dimensions. So the first dimension seeks to measure the level of digitalization and platformization of an educational system. So this indicates at least two things: the use of digital learning technologies in the classroom and the way that they are used. I'm not just telling about the number of devices and the quality of connections, but also about the degree in which digital competencies and STEAM competencies are treated as transversal access in the curriculum. Second, the number of connection points between students and learning that had been converted into operable data within a platform. This dimension is continuous. So more points of contact, more students, and more connection between those points of contact imply increasing levels of digitalization and platformization. However, it is also, I could say, paradigmatic. It is necessary to pass a certain threshold of connections that create an ecosystem where big data can operate, generating changes in learning paths, new personalized contents, adaptive learning evaluations, and other functions of the platforms. The second dimension refers to the level of centralization and the sources of control of the platform. Here we can find a maximum level of centralization when the state assumes a dominant role in digital education, and a maximum decentralization in cases where there is a large private market for edtech companies and services. The private offer can, in turn, be concentrated in a few or many companies. So diverse assemblages can be found between digital infrastructure, educational content, regulation, evaluation, and public and private data systems. Schools also become access of a new form of possible autonomy or control in this new scenario. And the third dimension I was telling at the beginning indicates the direction of this platformization process which can go from an extreme reinforcement of the traditional educational system matrix to the point of generating profound changes in pedagogies and the curriculum. Everybody knows that digitalization doesn't mean directly any incremental pedagogical quality. So it will depend, in fact, on the quality of the instructional design that support the use of technologies. An incredible technology won't resolve a poor or bad instructional design. So the combination of these three dimensions, like a rubric or like a matrix, can generate different scenarios. I'm going to mention just three of them, just very quickly, because they are probably the most evident ones. So the first scenario is that of centralized platformization to reinforce the traditional education system. This is the case, at least as far as I know, of Asian countries such as China or South Korea, which have extensive technological infrastructure and centralized state apparatus control capacity. In partnership with multiple private developments, they can use the power of digital technology, artificial intelligence to increase, to expand, and to deepen the capacity of the educational systems. This educational system redouble the power of systematic state regulation through digital platforms to improve learning. A second scenario is that of decentralized platformization in hybrid models with strong standards. The difference with the previous one, with the previous scenario, is that they develop with much more freedom and diversity of providers. The state is not a central actor in the digital offer, but controls through examinations. This scenario favors large private markets for the sale of platform services in schools. This model predominates, of course, in the United States and other Anglo-Saxon countries, probably also in Spain, with a strong decentralization of educational management and large private edtech companies. And the last one, the third scenario, combines platformization with a more significant dose of pedagogical innovation. And this can be seen in part in countries like Estonia or like Uruguay, with profiles of state public agencies promoting profound changes in teaching models. In these cases, the emergence of a third space is something that we can verify. And I would like to add a further and last commentary. So, the rector of the University of Amsterdam, Karen Mikes, has recently called on the entire European higher education community to take a stand against the role that private companies have taken in the platforming and privatization of education. Further, she says, eroding the public character of our independent knowledge system. In her opinion, this digital transformation requires, in fact, a repositioning of the academic world and its mission, establishing clear rights that recognize that universities have their own public task. The appeal is entitled, you can find it in internet, Protect Independent Public Knowledge, and you can find it easily. So thank you very much for this opportunity of giving us the chance to participate in the South Asia Summit.
Thank you so much, Professor Rodriguez, on this. It's very wide on the different ideas that you have put forth, and especially in the context from Europe, how you are looking at it. But just to go back on a wonderful topic that Professor Manish had spoken on lifelong learning, I have here with me Dr. Sibi Shaji from Garden City University. What do you think? How do you think higher educational universities can promote, motivate lifelong learning among students? And how can we use digitization for that?
Thank you for that question. Good day to all of you. I feel honored and to be part of the Global Education Forum, Third Act South Asia Summit, and also to be part of the panel discussion on this topic of digitalization, along with all the elite members of the panel. answering to the question on how can higher education institutions promote or motivate and impart lifelong learning among the students using digitalized teaching learning process. As all our panelists have rightly mentioned, the term digitalization is a very important terminology used today among the youth. So the reason behind is the changing landscape of work. Today we see a lot of transformation in the digital era. So our students undergo a lifelong transformation. So there is when I say transformation, there is a shift or a change, or we call that as transformation in various aspects, like shift in the culture, shift in the technology, and even in the workforce. There is a change, or there is a constant change that is happening in the digital world. So it is very important, or it is inevitable to facilitate our students in becoming skilled and being tech savvy, So by being just active in the social media alone, we may not be able to infer that if a student is tech savvy or no. But we being the facilitators as teachers, we being the facilitators in the higher education sector, we will have to impart digitalized learning culture. So when we say digitalized learning culture, it would help us to help us to enable our students to learn how to use technology and to function in the digital world. Not only that, even for the critical thinking, which helps our students, even for the self-learning, as one of our panelists was rightly mentioning, about self-learning and self-assessments. So the students are able to understand where they stand, what are their strengths, and what are their opportunities that they have before them. So, and also there is a kind of student engagement, and most of all is the student employability. So when we say that about student employability, the institutions, that's the higher education institutions, we need to understand that the exact requirement of the industry. So only then our students we will be able to mold our students accordingly. So for example, in my university, that's in our Garden City University, we have collaborated with companies like IBM, Intel, etc., for our students to be familiar with the technology. So when the industry what the industry requires is what we teach. So we understand from the industry what is the requirement, and we make a dynamic curriculum according to the requirement of the industry, and we help our students according to that. So this dynamic, we say the dynamic syllabus, dynamic curriculum is framed according to the requirement. So we have in our campus, we have the simulation labs, we are building on the recorded studio for our recorded classrooms. So usage of light boards, all these we use as tools or technology that we use for helping our students to be more familiar with digitalization. So we need to be familiar with these kind of cutting edge technology. This will help in our lifelong learning, as rightly mentioned. So we do have intercollaborative live projects done by students of our university with other international universities. I think all these is a reality today only because of digitalization. So when there is a dynamic curriculum inclusive of all these cutting edge technologies and the requirement of the industry being satisfied, we see a great shift or a great transformation among the teaching learning community. So in addition, there is a touch of practical exposure quotient, that is learning out of experience, where there is an experiential learning. The students learn out of experience, and therefore the students enjoy their learning process. We see because of all these, we see a deep learning curve among the students. So we provide them the clarity of what is their ambition, what are the resources that we can provide, how can we mentor them, all this combined with digitalization. When we facilitate these kind of things, that like clarity of ambition, providing resources and mentoring them, gelled with digitalization, we see a lot of wonders among the teaching and learning community. Not only that, in the Yeah, in the higher education sector, we can promote the digitalization by using technology and by using the data and inferring certain things out of, or taking an analytics or getting inference. We can develop an inclusive and a sustainable strategy on how to help our students more. Also, by using this kind of digitalization, we are developing the capabilities and a system, to incorporate the artificial intelligence into student services. What all the services that we are providing for students, we are providing the artificial intelligence being involved in that. And by comparing and aligning the priorities of the IT organization and aligning it to the institutional priorities, I think we can achieve sustainable future. And especially in our university, if I have to mention, in our Garden City University, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic time, we had the maximum utilization of digitalization in order to cope up with the prevailing situation during that time. So in no time, all students and faculty members were acquainted to the requirement of using technology for their teaching learning process. So there was a transformation into digital classroom, transformation in the learning curve of the students. There was, as one of our panelists mentioned, there was a 24/7 communication that happened all time, as rightly mentioned by one of our panelists. So what we have witnessed by implementing this kind of digitalization is that there is a student-centered approach. So where we have seen that the students interact more and bring more inputs to the discussion table. And also there is a kind of inquisitiveness in students, and there is a peer teaching, one teaching the other students. Among the students itself, there is an assessment that happens amongst the students. There is a feedback that happens. There is a lot of experience. It is a flexible experience that they are getting, and helping in learning the skill of quick decision making by our students. Students are able to make quick decisions, and they understand the accountability. They know the accountability of
I was not heard.
And not only that, the research, and even in the field of research and innovation, consultancy services, entrepreneurship programs, extension activities, everywhere, digitalization plays a major role. Another aspect to the question that is given here is that we need to understand that education is not just for the teenagers, even for adults. At any age, with the use of technology in different platforms, there is a lifelong learning that happens. And therefore, I'm sure today in higher education sector, we are promoting and imparting lifelong learning through digitalization.
And told them that it is something, even in their free time, now they are told to study because of the digital age that it is. And Professor Rodriguez gave us perspectives of what is in Europe, of how you can think of even the question of what is the role of digitalization as facilitators playing in universities, what would their role be, and how things would work there. And he gave us some insights from Europe on that. And of course, Dr. Sibi gave us insights of what we at Garden City University are doing. And of course, the different aspects of what lifelong learning are. And I think she touched upon the points of lifelong learning just not being something that most of us understand, or it is relating to adult learning, but it's something where you are constantly, evolving, and something that is on constant works. I thank all of you for being on this panel. We are having the next session that will be there. I am handing over to Eva. I thank all of you, and from the bottom of my heart, with a lot of gratitude, thank you so much for joining from different parts of South Asia, and of course from Spain.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Thank you very much, everyone, panelists. This has been a very interesting discussion. Fantastic reflections on the enrichment of higher education through digitalization, and specifically the role that universities and external stakeholders will play in its development. We will now have a short pause. We will pause for a brief 5-minute break, if that's okay with you, before moving on to our next track, which is on social engagement. Thank you very much.
In recent years, we have witnessed the beginning of a profound debate on the role of the university and its need to change, evolve, and adapt to the new social and professional reality we are living. The appearance of COVID in March 2020 was the definitive push for this reflection to be even broader, deeper, more sincere, and necessary. A few weeks after the beginning of the pandemic in April 2020, the Camilo José Cela University launched the think tank Future and Learning. Its objective was to analyze the impact of the pandemic on higher education, to reflect on the challenges and opportunities of higher education in the face of the current paradigm shift, and to build a community of innovators to openly discuss the future of higher education. For 16 months, more than 100 university rectors and vice-rectors, entrepreneurs, students, professors, and other professionals from the formal and non-formal education sector have held one of the deepest and most current conversations on the future of higher education. The conclusions to all these conversations are summarized in what we call the Global Manifesto, 12 points of discussion for the University of the Third Millennium. In June 2021, UCJC went a step further and decided to broaden the debate, launching a new edition of the Global Education Forum, a platform created in 2010 by the SEC Education Group that held a similar discussion on school education and its first 2 editions. In this 3rd edition, the Global Education Forum aimed to continue the discussions initiated in the think tank. During the 3-day event, more than 120 experts and students from all over the world discussed the challenges that the university system and higher education are facing. But that didn't start on the event. On the weeks prior, we started this debate with different micro-events around 4 tracks: entrepreneurship, well-being, social impact, and digitalization. We also started an international campaign asking the educational community to share their views on the future of higher education. More than 120 people sent in their videos with insights. In addition, more than 1,000 students from all around the world spent several weeks working and contributing ideas on what the university they want to study at should be like. We want to continue this debate with a community of more than 6,000 people that participated and building on all the insights generated around the forum. This is the Global Education Forum, an open innovation platform and the movement that is co-creating the future of higher education.
If you want to discover the joy of learning, this opens the door to your own university with quality, professionalism, and truly international standards of a new age university education. Garden City University. A great ambience for learning. Students from 81 nations across the world. Handpicked and mentored teaching staff. Choice-based credit system in curricula. Choice of unique electives for personal advancement. Compulsory foreign language course. 3 months industry internship for all programs. Global exposure through leading universities in UK, France, Spain, Israel, and Malaysia. Option to do international fellowship and earn credits through student exchange programs. "46 student clubs for development of talent. Professional work environment simulation. Entry-level scholarships. Stipend for management trainees. integration of industry needs drawn from leading corporate giants by augmenting faculty members from the industry. Enriched practical exposure quotient through campus events. Assured placements. Prepping for civil service and defense service exams. Superior quality, comfortable rooms in hostels within the campus. Multi-sporting facilities, in-house gym, and multi-cuisine food court. Coaching for participation in international knowledge and sporting events. 100% professional attitude and approach. Imposing and well laid out campus to be extended to an independent, wholly owned landscape in the near future. This is the University of the Future, open to you now. Call now or visit www.gardencity.university.
Welcome back. I have the honor and pleasure to introduce the next keynote speaker who will be speaking on the social commitment. I have here with me General Ramesh Halgali, former Deputy Chief of the Indian Army. He is also the CEO of Garden City University. We are honored to have you here, sir. I request the team to play the profile video of General Ramesh Halgali.
Lieutenant General Ramesh Halgali was the former Deputy Chief of Army Staff. He was commissioned on 24 December 1972 into 1st Battalion, the Sikh Light Infantry. He has attended Defence Services Staff College, Senior Command, Higher Command, National Defence College, Senior Fellows course in Washington, D.C., and is an MPhil from DAV Institute of Management, Indore. The General Officer has held many important staff and instructional assignments. He commanded an infantry brigade and division in J&K and a corps in Western Sector. Till recently, he was the Director General of Military Training. The General Officer was awarded Sena Medal Gallantry in 1992 and the Ate Vashisht Seva Medal for Distinguished Service in 2012.
That General Sir was awarded the Parama Vishishta Seva Medal, which is the highest honor for his services for the Indian Army. We are truly, truly honored to have you here, sir, with us. I request you to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege this morning to speak on a very important subject which deals with the emergence of a new power amongst the students, created in schools of instructions and universities, research centers, translating into dynamic changes on the social front in societies world over. This topic generates interest and remains a key theme of application amongst educationalists, thinkers, and policymakers world over. We have seen in the last couple of years, South Asia has emerged with high potential. This is purely because the youth of these nations have risen in order to catch up with the advanced technologies of the Western world. While China demonstrated superior confabulation as far as education is concerned, South Asia, with India in the lead, has demonstrated superior skills, and that has been translated into very many areas of application. What I will do is, I will cover my brief presentation. First, a geostrategic scan. We will see how education becomes accountable, interconnected, and collaborative in societies, because ultimately education is the key to development in all countries. Factors like entrepreneurship, social commitment, and digitalization, which has been spoken at length in the past, we will see how it applies. The issue of integrity, accountability, and inclusive application in all walks of life is critical for nation development. And for all this to happen, I am very clear that a high degree of peace, justice, and strong global institutions are required for the execution of this model. Power balance has clearly shifted from the west to east. We have seen the rise of China, a nation that is literally to become a superpower in the world. In the last 2 to 3 years, there has been an economic meltdown. And this economic meltdown is likely to continue for minimum another year or so. During this period, we have seen nations realigning themselves, a new construct being created, polarizations happening, and above all, alliances of different shapes occurring in the world order. In this entire activity, the trajectory curve of technology has played a predominant role amongst all nations. And we have seen the sudden rise of nations in South Asia primarily because of the multitude exploitation of technology. People have moved from one part of the globe to the other in search of jobs, for health, for education, and getting jobs in different parts of the region. And certainly, two important issues that paradoxically create conflict amongst the nations is the global war on terror and the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think for all examples, a case study literally simplifies the matter for understanding. Let's go back to 1923, when Albert Einstein envisioned a higher learning school in Haifa. Today, 75 years down the line, with 9 million population, Israel today has a 500 billion GDP, and of this GDP, 60% rises from high technology alone. This cutting edge has clearly come out from innovation in medicine, agriculture, artificial intelligence, robotics, defense, and cybersecurity. We are alarmed to know that Jerusalem alone attracted $20 billion as startup investment during the first year of pandemic in 2020. And what has been the result? The final icing on the pudding was 70 Nobel laureates have emerged from Israel, a record-breaking number. This case study clearly indicates how those nations that concentrated, evolved, and set up good learning mechanism can create some of the finest wonders of the world. The entire goal of education towards social adjustment and accommodation revolves around it being accountable, interconnected, and collaborative. Because these centers of learning are truly the temples of learning and islands of excellence. And each one of them is futuristic nature and global in their vision. So teaching and learning are actually accountable and interconnected. But this accountability requires to be quantified. That is the most complicated subject that I think all professors and centers of leading need to understand. And technology, of course, has been the key driver for modernization program amongst nations. But alongside education and knowledge, I think universities and centers of learning have devoted sufficient time for enhancement of sports, extracurricular activities. And this, I am proud that the Garden City University has demonstrated in great measure. And every student of our university today is shown the path, assisted, and indicated of how he or she can become a great leader of modern India. And these values of leadership, combined with the human values, are becoming the force multipliers for futuristic thinking. In all this, my analysis as the center of gravity of activity is primarily, what do we convert our student who enters into the university by the time they graduate and move out? So the expanded horizon of knowledge in various facets, actualization right from the beginning till the final stages of knowledge gaining, and the real life challenges must be understood in the socio-economic imbroglio that is prevalent today. Because everyone in society wants every worker to produce the best results. And that can only happen if dynamic leaders emerge in versatile universities like the Garden City University. And ultimately, each one of them wants to be remembered as a legend. So the concluding part of the center of gravity revolves around a bridge between the student and the society, which is very, very crucial. You will find we have analyzed for ourselves certain imperatives that will define how our learning process is going to focus and move from there. In order to achieve our objective, now let me talk a little about the dynamic appraisal system. Appraisal is not merely apportioning and allocating marks. 99.9, 93.5, these numbers mean little. Because our university is very clear that every student must be able to be a successful leader. And therefore, 60, 70, and 80% scores are as good as 90% if students are intrinsically designed to create that force multiplication capability at workstations where they are deployed. And this is truly a role model at the global level that we're looking at. So when we talk about the purpose of life, we've noticed that everything revolves around the intrinsic discipline that thrives around every individual. And this is a fallout of the inner fire that is constantly abiding in each human being. Because personal change to be better than yesterday, to be better than the other, is the wisdom that we all follow. But certainly, in every human angle, the issue of being honest, creative, and maintain a high degree of dignity is very, very important. And this is truly what I think is called as the constructive engagement of mind. In order to stay away from social distractions and be able to utilize and optimize the time available in a 24-hour cycle, constructive engagement of while alone will throw up great vistas of modernization. Exhaustion is not a finite line. Constantly, students must keep on testing their limits so that we have a subject that will keep on evolving, and greater the extension of our limits of exhaustion, better are the results that we will notice. Now, integrity, accountability, and inclusive attitude is something that is very clearly defined today in all our centers of learning. And this is a captivating and generated by a versatile faculty in every center of learning. For that, we have seen in our own university an ideal infrastructure that exists for the optimal growth of our students. And this is the right ambience for generating thinking amongst all our students. The power to think wise, the power to be creative and develop a holistic power to inquisitively analyze difficult propositions is what is required within every student. Parents at home are literally the high road for spiritual growth, and it is heartening to see that all our parents of our students today are spending a lot of time with them at home to create a strong center of awareness in the hearts and minds of every student, so that our students spend all their energy in acquiring skills, knowledge, and education. And this is actually moving towards the holistic development of personality. I always talk about three words that are critical for the development of human beings and organizations. They are duty, honor, and country. When every student understands that he is rising up, learning skills, and acquiring himself, it stems from the belief that he is executing his own duty. And that inspirational icon which every student demonstrates on his shoulders, in his mind, and in his spirit, with elan and grace, is actually what our university is trying to foster in the minds of our students. Greatness truly comes with a difference, and until the hard step is taken, invariably we will find that this coefficient will be found wanting amongst the students. Courage, candor, and commitment are three attributes that every student begins to learn as he moves forward, because social commitment demands every student to exhibit superior values of courage, candor, and commitment. They must be able to take risks, must be able to define the boundaries of their execution, and finally be able to ensure that their tasks are executed with superior values, ethics, and character. Notwithstanding the very critical issue of how we demonstrate care, courtesy, and consideration as part of our social obligation to the society and people at large, is defining the students' tenure at centers of learning. Look at the pride of a nation. This shows the power of our nation, where every technical innovation, superior industrial capability, and the nation's vision across the horizon is demonstrated by these battle tanks. And alongside this, the man behind the machine, the student behind the instrument of application, is very, very critical. Look at this 200-odd soldiers marching with glory, demonstrating the power of a nation. I don't think even a supercomputer can generate this kind of magnitude of accuracy, correctness, and propriety that these soldiers are demonstrating. And this is the power when they enter the battlefield. So every student is actually a soldier, he is a scholar, and he's got the saintly attributes of being a good human being. And that together demonstrates what leadership is all about. But the focused mission is constantly being evolved by every student. And that when he moves into society, when he moves into workstations, in day-to-day activity, this is what he constantly looks at and tries to remain focused. Will of every student and faculty in learning has to be tempered. And unless we understand the dynamics of creating that ideal temper, will always remain subdued and not demonstrate the superior qualities. So therefore, will and execution of your modeling is very, very critical in executing your social obligations. Notwithstanding the power of imagination, because every facet of learning, education, skill will eventually train students to become imaginative in nature. And this imagination, I think, is very critical. Look at this photograph on the slide. It shows how every soldier, every group of body of troops are engaged, given the assignment that they have to execute to destroy the objective that is confronting them. Similarly, students will have to evolve methodologies through imaginative methods to ensure that the day-to-day problems are solved and they are in a state of resolution constantly. In conclusion, difference comes with only greatness, and that greatness comes with a lot of hard work. But remember, for all the good things to happen to human mind, to human thinking, and human attributes, we must create an ambience where violence is diminished. We must have peace. We must shun hatred amongst ourselves, and above all, not get polarized by small, baser instincts of what human capability is all about. And this is purely an index of how superior courage, candor, and commitment is valued in every human being. And the upholding of justice, creating that structure for fairness and strengthening global institutions will finally reflect upon how our future leaders are going to govern themselves, execute their mission in life, and that will then reflect upon how nations are going to rise and become an integrated South Asian region. And this opportunity today that we have got to integrate and exchange our ideas with Global Education Forum, I am sure Garden City University, the two together, have demonstrated skills of a higher order. May our best always triumph. May Almighty continue to bless both these institutions world over, and we hope to see greater leadership emerging into the future for the progression of mankind in South Asia. Thank you very much, and God bless Garden City University and Global Education Forum.
Thank you very much, sir, for the powerful and inspiring keynote address on social commitment. Your address is so important, and that word that you had said, that education is the key to development. I am totally in sync with you, and I'm sure all of us here in this panel and everyone listening is totally in sync with this. Next, we have a panel discussion that is going to be moderated by Dr. Shija, who is a controller of exam and also the Institutional Social Responsibility Officer of Garden City University.
Being socially responsible is about being accountable for the impacts of our decisions and activities on society and the environment through transparent and ethical behavior. The practice of social responsibility does not concern only to corporations or companies. Higher education institutions are also responsible for the impacts that their operations and activities cause in diverse groups such as students, staff, faculty, alumni, local communities, media, NGOs, among others. Today, as we are here to discuss the future of higher education during the Global Education Forum on how must a third millennium university reinvent itself to respond to the new needs of society, let us deliberate on social commitment, which is one of the backbones of GEF. I am Dr. Shija, Controller of Examinations at Garden City University, moderating this discussion on social commitment, and joining me are a team of eminent panelists and educationists. Let me begin by introducing them. Professor G.R. Nayak, Vice Chancellor, Garden City University. Dr. Zalmay Nurzai Ghori, Director, Avicenna Hospital and Resident Care, Afghanistan. Ms. Carlota Tower, Director of UCJC Foundation. Dr. Lakshmikant, Director, Karnataka State Biofuel Development Board, Government of Karnataka, and Ms. Kalaivani Chittaranjan, Founder, CEO, Mint Book, President, WICCI Karnataka Startup Council. We're glad to have all of you for this panel discussion. So let's begin, since we have a limited time. As informed to all of you, we will begin with one question to each of the panelists, and we would take around 4 to 5 minutes for this question, and then let's move on for a discussion session. My first question is to Professor Nayak. So, why should this forum discuss on social commitment with respect to South Asian countries at university level? Your perspective, please.
Thank you, Dr. Srija, for giving me an opportunity, and also to the South Asia subject which we have taken under Global Forum Education Summit is a very important event, and as well as the aspect of discussion today. Because when it comes to social commitment, we always see a difference between the social commitments which the institutes like which are there in the South Asian countries have, and the higher education institutions which are there in the Western countries. So it is appropriate that we are discussing today on the issues which are faced by the South Asian countries. Mainly when it comes for social commitment, the entire world is looking for the commitment by the individual in 4 important areas. One, as we know very well, it is the environmental responsibility. Second one is ethical responsibility or moral responsibility. And third is philanthropic responsibility. And fourth is economic commitment, which we have to do. And we have several problems associated with all these 4 issues which we are facing today. And we have many number of issues are coming. And when it comes to the solutions to these issues, as it was told by the keynote speaker, that education is the one where we can really find out these solutions, because education is a fundamental right of any individual, whether it is a individual from a South Asian country or from any other nation. And this fundamental right which should exercise by dignity and as well as in peace. And that's why when it comes for the social commitment, we always see that the education is the only tool, because it can solve any problems. And that's why it is the main tool by which we can study these problems. We can see that the problems which are being discussed can be put forth before the educational stakeholders, and then we can go for the solutions. And in this respect, the education in South Asia institutions generally feel that there are 3 important issues. As we always say, it is equity, excellence, and the enrollment or expansion. Because as you see, still we have a lot of people who are away from educational streams, leave even higher education. Even there is a large number of population of students who are even not able to join the primary education. And if you see the GAR of higher education institutions, we are still at around 30. So there is a large gap. So we need to have a lot of expansion. And this is the issue where higher education institutions has to see how we can bring these people into the education system, because education is the tool by which we can eradicate all evils in the society. And when it comes for equity, because as you know, the countries are diverse. There is a lot of diversity between gender and various things. And when it comes, it is our responsibility to show that inclusive education is a part of entire system. And how to bring that is one more challenge, and which is again great in South Asian countries as compared to the other parts of the world. And when it comes for quality, we always think that we are far behind in the educational. We are talking about digitization. We're talking about many other things by which empowerment of a human can be done. But when it comes for the quality, we have still to think how we can give a quality education, because as we know, those students who pass out, and they always, industry people say they are not employable, or they don't have basic knowledge about various things which they study. So these things need to be addressed in a different way by the South Asian countries or the higher education institutions in South Asian region. And that's why I always feel that this particular topics which you have given is a very important. And when it comes to the effects of all these things. When it comes to social commitment, I told about environmental issues or philanthropic issues or economic issues. If we just take environmental issues like climate change, majority of the things which we are facing now is because of the things which are happening in the Western countries. And we are suffering. Like, for example, greenhouse emission. 45% of the greenhouse gas emission comes from the countries which are developed, whereas developing countries need a different approach. So all these things need to be thoroughly studied. And in this context, universities have to have different research programs, extension programs, different types of curriculum, which is required to make our students more empowered. And I'm sure the students from South Asian region have always this talent. Even institutions have an urge to look for such opportunities where they can bring. For example, institutions like Garden City University, a lot of scholarships is being provided to the underprivileged or those who cannot offer the education with the fees which we provide. We have adopted several schools which are in the remote places where we can give the details about how exactly these environmental things are happening and what social changes we have to bring. We recognize the people who are there and who are doing for social work, and they are bringing change in the societal transformation. So these are the things which universities can do very well, and they have the potential. I can give an example that one of the candidate from Pune has developed a separate type of app, which is called as the Cool the Globe app. A 23-year-old has developed it, which gives every day how much carbon emission we can reduce through our own activities, right from starting to taking bath or even going to the school and all those things. So potential is there. If we encourage the students, giving a right understanding through curriculum, teaching, research, and various activities, we will be able to bring a change. And this change is different, as I am telling, like the countries which are facing in the Western countries and South Asian countries. So that's why I always feel now that I'm thankful to the Global Education Forum for selecting Garden City University and also giving us a chance to discuss on the problems faced by these nations, which need such type of attention immediately in my point of view.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We'll just take this forward. My next question is to Dr. Gori. So what are the implications of social commitment in higher education institutions? And what do you think is the role of each stakeholder, like say students or faculty members or founders, in contributing to social commitment? Over to you, sir.
Develop social awareness that this discussion consists of two components. That part is to describe the transformation of mindsets in order to adapt to the transformation of minds. I personally deliberate the following ways. As you said, what is the role of each stakeholder, like students, faculty members, or founders in contribution to social community? Roles the faculty members perform. It is my understanding that academician has an important role to society. The first thing that the faculty members can do is to address the issue in his inner society. He or she can do this in lectures, in publication, and mass media. Guesses we need to respond to society needs and sense the issue. Still, do we have some things? Action the academic and can do and influence society that may not be related to their role in university.
We have with us Ms. Carlota Tower from UCJC. And she has been a part of the previous Global Education Forum. And thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Carlota. So let me begin by asking you, what kind of transformation should a university of the third millennium undertake to promote the SDGs effectively?
Very much, Rosilla. I want to express, first of all, my gratitude to Garden City University for the opportunity to be part of this roundtable. It's my pleasure to participate in the discussion of this crucial issue. Undoubtedly, one of the most critical challenges today is sustainable development, how to combine economic development with social justice and environmental sustainability. Hundreds of universities worldwide are trying to reinvent themselves to address the complex challenges of sustainable development through education for the SDGs. Education for the SDGs should offer a general understanding of sustainable development and the 2030 agenda. It should foster cross-cutting skills to make sense of complex challenges. It should create a specific knowledge on how each profession can contribute to the SDGs and design and develop solutions to achieve them. The implementation of the education for the SDGs implies overcoming several barriers at the university. Personal barriers such as closed mindsets or lack of capacity, organizational barriers such as silos of knowledge or slow processes, external barriers such as the lack of standard methodologies to work with external organizations and communities. The Global Education Forum that took place last October at the Camilo José Cela University concluded that universities need to undertake a three-level transformation to address these barriers: a mindset, roles, and connections transformation. To initiate the mindset transformation, each of us must operate from a different place, more connected to our internal needs and to the needs of society and the planet. And to this end, it is necessary to promote a framework of transversal competencies that allow us to relate ourselves, others, and the planet more deeply. I want to highlight the importance of spiritual education, as mentioned earlier by Dr. Joseph, Chancellor of Garden City University, and our keynote mentioned the importance of fostering a holistic development of the person. To start the second transformation, the role transformation, universities have to consider that between the teacher-centered educational model and its concern for rigor, and the student-centered model and its concern for active learning, it seems that a model straddling the two is needed. A model based on learning communities, where the protagonist is the subject being addressed, a subject aligned with the sustainability challenges. These learning communities require new roles for students, professors, and external stakeholders that invite diversity, ambiguity, creative conflict, and the co-creation of solutions, as we mentioned in point 8 of our manifesto. Finally, universities need to transform connections. Addressing the complex challenges of sustainability requires higher education institutions to open their classroom to the rest of the university community and the world, thus fostering inter and transdisciplinary action with all kinds of stakeholders. We talk about government, private sector, civil society, community. Well, different platforms, networks, and consortiums help universities be part of these ecosystems to listen to the reality of the people and co-create new solutions that respond to the most pressing problems of our society. The Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the VCOR Movement, Acumen Academy, the Connected Learning in Crisis Consortium, the Taluars Network, and the Catalyst 2030 are some of them. These transformations should guide the universities of the third millennium to develop new alternatives to promote universal access to education. It's more than ever an essential aspect of social justice and one of the main drivers of a country's development. In many contexts, especially in countries with lower per capita income levels, the pandemic has negatively impacted learning opportunities due to insufficient distant learning capacity. Therefore, governments, institutions, and society, and in particular universities, must make a firm commitment to ensure that higher education is universally accessible to all, as stated in SDG 4. However, universal access to education still faces multiple barriers. Barriers to acquiring internationally valid certifications adapted to displaced groups' needs. Economic barriers prevent the training of low-income groups, perpetuating the situation of vulnerability. Universities have to foster the development of new financial models that democratize access to education. Finally, barriers to accessing the development of crucial competencies for the 21st century. The lack of qualified teachers prevents the development of new generations prepared to meet the needs of our society. It is necessary to prioritize teacher training in vulnerable contexts, taking advantage of the opportunities offered by technology and promoting new policies that democratize access to it. And I want to conclude with a UCJC Foundation initiative that deals with this educational challenge, Each Teach. Each Teach has been created to support the urgent demand of teachers launched by UNESCO, which calls for 69 million new qualified teachers to meet the educational goals of the 2030 agenda. Each Teach aims to foster a global teacher learning community, offering through its digital platform a repository of 35 microcourses for teachers, customized training content creation services, a social wall to foster a peer learning community, and a network of professional mentors. The first pilot began in the Kakuma refugee camp 3 years ago, and nowadays we are trying to expand to other African and Asian countries, and India is one of these countries. If I had to choose one word crucial for the University Camilo José Cela's reinvention to respond to the new needs of society, it would be collaboration. Collaboration between our departments, other organizations, and universities has facilitated the exchange of knowledge and experiences worldwide that allow us to open our minds, enrich our scope of action, and develop a new sense of purpose. And I believe that collaboration could be one of the key words for the reinvention of the university in the third millennium. Thank you.
That was a lot of information put together, Ms. Carlota. I would again, if time permits, I would again come back to you to talk about Each Teach. However, let's move on. And my next question is to Ms. Kalaivani. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And according to you, socio-economic problems in emerging economies are varied and different. So how can an awareness be brought in students that encourages them to apply in solving some real life issues? And what can a higher education institution do to bring an awareness and a meaningful thinking to such problems? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shija, and thank you to Garden City University and the Global Education Forum South Asia Summit for having me here. And I think the topic, it's the social commitment is very crucial, you know, as the countries and the world moves to the next stage. Yeah, so the emerging economies have their own socioeconomic issues, be it health, education, transportation, you know, the pollution, corruption, lawlessness, or even the food, water, sanitization, shelter, migration, and many more. The society is fragmented, and most of us neither know that such problems exist, nor able to comprehend the impact of those problems in the lives of many of us. So that brings us to a critical topic, awareness. So it's important that students are aware of such problems, you know. And secondly, having a free thinking, they are able to find their own opinions, form their own opinions, and discover their own paths to serve those problems. So I think the higher education institutions have a very important role to play in this, because that's where the 20+ years of education and the students are stepping into the real world. So the connection between the education and the real world has to happen here. So I think the most important thing for the higher education institutions is to bring real life experiences. There are a lot of people who are working on the problems, the social entrepreneurs, the impact organizations, the leaders, and very many organizations are trying to identify the problem and solve in their own way, be it for profit or not for profit. So the more frequent that we bring such leaders in a classroom setup to interact freely with these students will bring that kind of awareness. Not every student is going to experience all those in the real life, but at least sharing the experiences of the people who have gone through it and doing something towards that will bring them, the awareness. Secondly, the real life scenarios, going beyond the project and simulating the real life problems kind of a scenario within the classroom. It's not just for the project or marks. I believe the necessity is the mother of all invention. There has to be a pressure in the students, that they go through, that different ideas and out of the box thinking comes to them. So that's the real life simulations that should happen within the classroom setup. And thirdly, there is, as Carlota was also saying, the connection. And there's always a responsibility and connection. One has a responsibility towards oneself, the family, the society, the environment, the nature. And definitely if somebody is not connected, then the whole thing fails. So we as an institution have to build that connection, that it's all connected and we have something to take and we have something to give. So that's my third point. Fourth is self-regulated learning. I think the new education policy in India has also emphasized on self-regulated learning and coming up with multiple entries and exits for the students in choosing their subjects. So we feel the institutions have to be, intellectually discussing the problems and concepts rather than translating the text into a simpler text. So the self-regulated learning, many countries have adopted in their ancient education system, where students learn, understand the concept, and come to their gurus for these intellectual deliberations. So I think that concept should come in, where valuable time is invested in deliberation and not just going through the topics. And finally, the difference between the skill and knowledge. So what we learn in the class is knowledge. So how do we make this knowledge as skill and try to solve the real life problems? The how part has multiple things, your critical thinking, inquiry, discovery, discussion. So all of those things are the 21st century skills that in an uncertain world, we need to have these skills which can transform from knowledge to an ability to comprehend and contribute to their skills. So if I have to wind up, so I would say that a glimpse of real life problems and a free deliberate discussion in the classroom is very essential to connect the students to the real life setup. Thank you.
So beautifully, you have put everything into 5 points and explained. Thank you so much, Ms. Kalaivani. My next question is to Dr. Lakshmikant. And so, according to you, how can universities achieve sustainable development goals with special reference to goal 13? Because this is your area, you are into environment, so please throw light on this.
Thank you, Shija ma'am. I feel very honored to be part of Global Education Forum South Asia Summit 2022. So today our planet is facing several challenges that are becoming a threat to us and may become a bigger threat to our future generations. So these include both socio-economic and environmental issues such as climate change, environmental degradation, poverty and hunger, depletion of natural resources, and also an extinction of species, among others. So to address these challenges, Sustainable Development Goals 2030 proposed by the United Nations they have some critical guiding principles. As we see the action plan, the big question comes to us is, can sensitivity towards the actionable sustainable goals be taught? Can higher education institutions play any role in pursuit of a more livable earth for our children and grandchildren? The answer is yes. The higher educations can integrate sustainable development goals into their curriculum, campus operation, innovation, idea incubation, and also creation of startups that cater to one or a combination of more goals under the Sustainable Development Goals. So how higher education institutions can benefit the big movement. As we are aware of the fact that the COVID-19 induced lockdowns have generated huge interest in human health and immunity and triggered debates around the human-natural habitat relationship. Ancient sustainable health practices like Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy have gained attention and are slowly getting integrated into campus life. Higher education institutions have an institutional responsibility to engage with communities for information, communication, education, and transformation purposes. They can engage in adopting and mentoring villages, startups, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, schools, colleges, encouraging community green entrepreneurship as a resilience strategy to meet the challenges of climate change. So essentially, universities are the primary institutions for the dissemination of knowledge through teaching and for the generation of new knowledge through research. These aspects make universities important place in achieving sustainable development goals. Being an environmentally friendly and following the green principles of reuse, recycle, and reduce. So how students can contribute to the, if you could see that how students can contribute to the achievement of the sustainable development goals. Donate what you don't use, clothes, books, furniture, food. By donating, you can also contribute to other goals of aiming towards no poverty, zero hunger. So there is an urgent need for the education sector to help society transform into sustainable development paths through our 4 main areas. So number 1, learning and teaching. Next is research, organizational governance, culture and operations of the university, and is external leadership.
Let me just sum up whatever we could gather from all our eminent speakers. Higher education institutions can actually play a pivotal role in achieving the SDGs by transforming mindsets, roles and connections that accelerate the development of new systemic solutions. And higher educational teaching can play a central role in social change and increase social awareness among the students. Higher education institutions can embark on innovations in teaching and learning to understand the social commitment and support social engagement. Through this, the institutions can prepare leaders to respond to the real-life challenges and help in solving the socio-economic problem. So I hope I have pretty much summed up what all my team members here wanted to talk. And a big thanks to everyone in the panel, starting from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Nayak. Dr. Gori, though we couldn't hear you much, thanks so much for joining from Afghanistan. Ms. Carlota, for all the experience that you've already had in climate social commitment and the kind of contribution you're already doing with UCJC. Dr. Lakshmikant, thank you so much. And Ms. Kalaivani, thank you, madam, for connecting from, though I know you're not in your office, but still you have taken time for us and connected with us. Thank you all so much for having made this panel discussion really happen on social commitment. Thanks so much, and we take forward all the points that you have given. Thank you.
And thank you all for this very interesting discussion, triggered by our keynote address, by General Ramesh Salgali, and followed by our panelists' contributions. Thank you all for the interesting reflections on the importance of transforming students and society's mindsets to create more social awareness. It is very much needed. We will now be having a short 5-minute break before moving on to the next track, which is well-being. See you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
In recent years, we have witnessed the beginning of a profound debate on the role of the university and its need to change, evolve, and adapt to the new social and professional reality we are living. The appearance of COVID in March 2020 was the definitive push for this reflection to be even broader, deeper, more sincere, and necessary. A few weeks after the beginning of the pandemic in April 2020, the Camilo José Cela University launched the think tank Future and Learning. Its objective was to analyze the impact of the pandemic on higher education, to reflect on the challenges and opportunities of higher education in the face of the current paradigm shift, and to build a community of innovators to to openly discuss the future of higher education. For 60 months, more than 100 university rectors and vice-rectors, entrepreneurs, students, professors, and other professionals from the formal and non-formal education sector have held one of the deepest and most current conversations on the future of higher education. The conclusions to all these conversations are summarized in what we call the Global Manifesto, 12 points of discussion for the University of the Third Millennium. In June 2021, UCJC went a step further and decided to broaden the debate, launching a new edition of the Global Education Forum, a platform created in 2010 by the SEC Education Group that held a similar discussion on school education and its first 2 editions. In this 3rd edition, the Global Education Forum aimed to continue the discussions initiated in the think tank. During the 3-day event, more than 120 experts and students from all over the world discussed the challenges that the university system and higher education are facing. But that didn't start on the event. On the weeks prior, we started this debate with different micro-events around 4 tracks: entrepreneurship, well-being, social impact, and digitalization. We also started an international campaign asking the educational community to share their views on the future of higher education. More than 120 people sent in their videos with insights. In addition, more than 1,000 students from all around the world spent several weeks working and contributing ideas on what the university they want to study at should be like. We want to continue this debate with a community of more than 6,000 people that participated and building on all the insights generated around the forum. This is the Global Education Forum, an open innovation platform and the movement that is co-creating the future of higher education.
If you want to discover the joy of learning, this opens the door to your own university with quality, professionalism, and truly international standards of a new age university education. Garden City University. A great ambience for learning. Students from 81 nations across the world. Handpicked and mentored teaching staff. Choice-based credit system in curricula. Choice of unique electives for personal advancement. Compulsory foreign language course. 3 months industry internship for all programs. Global exposure through leading universities in UK, France, Spain, Israel, and Malaysia. Option to do international fellowship and earn credits through student exchange programs. "46 student clubs for development of talent. Professional work environment simulation. Entry-level scholarships. Stipend for management trainees. Integration of industry needs drawn from leading corporate giants by augmenting faculty members from the industry. Enriched practical exposure quotient through campus events. Assured placements. Prepping for civil service and defense service exams. Superior quality, comfortable rooms in hostels within the campus. Multi-sporting facilities, in-house gym, and multi-cuisine food court. Coaching for participation in international knowledge and sporting events. 100% professional attitude and approach. housing and well laid out campus to be extended to an independent, wholly owned landscape in the near future. This is the University of the Future, open to you now. Call now or visit www.gardencity.university.
Welcome back. I'm Christo Joseph, the Director for Strategy and Planning at Garden City University. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker for the topic on well-being. We have here with us Dr. Susil Premajayanta, Honorable Minister of Education of Sri Lanka. Thank you, sir. I know in your busy schedule, you have made some time to come and speak to us in this forum. We are very highly indebted to you. And I request the team now to play Honorable Minister's AV, please.
Dr. Premajayanta, an attorney of law by profession and holds master's degree in public administration. Dr. Premajayanta began his political career in 1991, being elected as the deputy chairman of Sri Jayawardhanapura Kotte Urban Council. In 1993, he was elected to the Western Provincial Council and was elected Chief Minister in 1995. In 2000, Dr. Premajayanta became the Minister of Education. Even though the People's Alliance was defeated in the 2001 general elections, Dr. Premajayanta was elected back into the Parliament from Colombo district and held his seat in subsequent elections. Global Education Forum and Garden City University welcome you.
Honorable Minister, to deliver his keynote address.
Good evening, everybody. I am happy to participate in Global Education Forum Third Act, South Asia Summit today, hosted by Garden City University, India. My topic is contributions of higher learning institutions to well-being of society. Now, in Sri Lanka case, we have 17 state universities. There are many affiliated institutions in Sri Lanka. Those institutions affiliate to leading universities in Australia, India, UK, USA, and many European countries as well as China. So here in Sri Lanka, with 22 million population, in general education, we have over 4.1 million students. We are studying at over 10,155 public schools and over 150 private schools and about 350 international schools. So in higher education, in 17 state universities, we have student population of 140,000. Apart from the Open University, which has over 27 branches representing all 25 districts. They mainly engage with distance learning and even they conduct traditional degree courses. So this is the general situation in Sri Lanka. If I come back to the topic that I've been given today, the contributions of higher learning institutions to well-being of society. It means that the topic refers not only to universities, but higher education institutions. In Sri Lanka, we have in the technical education and vocational training, there are many higher education institutions referring to the technical education and the vocational training. Now, criticisms of higher learning institutions. What are the criticisms? So traditionally, the higher learning institutions, particularly the universities, have been criticized for being isolated from society. Now, this is our general experience, and I have my personal experience in by visiting many universities in developed and developing countries. So isolating from society means the universities, once students are enrolled to the university for 3 years or 4 years, or in medical faculties, 5 or 6 years, so they are confined to their studies. In our country, of course, if you visit university, other than annual events like socials, then some student councils and sports events, they hardly engage with the society, even surrounding of the university. So that is why I say the being isolating from society. So they don't have much connections with the society. So the society is different from the university atmosphere. The next one is being ivory towers for academics. So academics, they all engage in academic events rather than other social events. Being aloof to societal issues of the day. Now there are so many issues now what we experienced for last 2.5 or 3 years from the towards end of 2019, in whole year 2020 and 21, even first quarter of 2022, in the case of Sri Lanka, we have been affected by COVID-19 pandemic. So as a result, most of the university faculties in our country conducted their lectures online or some conferences by using Zoom. So outside the university or outside their hostels or their respective homes, of course, the different atmosphere is there. Sometimes 1 month or nearly 2 months, quarantine curfew introduced in certain parts of our country, especially in Colombo, the capital city. So therefore, you find so many societal issues outside the university, then day by day, it's aggravating or relaxing. The next point is being relevant to economy. There are so many traditional courses. Now see, for an example, archaeology. For an example, the history. So some of these subjects, I'm not confined to these particular areas, but some courses in the universities are not relevant to the economy. So these days, of course, we have global issues as well as the issues that we are facing individually, as country-wise, university-wise. So therefore, all these issues mostly based on the economy. Now, for an example, now for last 6 or more months, due to the conflict in Russia and in Eastern Europe, Russia and Ukraine. So as a result of that, of course, the European countries demanding more fuel and gas from Middle East, because the short supply of gas and oil to European countries by Russia. So as a result, the oil prices are going up. So the countries like Sri Lanka struggling after the COVID-19 pandemic. So again, we have to struggle to find our basic needs to develop economies. So this is why I say that some of the courses are not relevant to the economy. Producing graduates who are not employable. In Sri Lanka case, of course, normally, if we go through the statistics of University Grants Commission, then you find about 75% of the enrollments focusing on arts and common subjects. Just only 25% enrollments in the field of science and technology based. Now, with the introduction of STEM education, especially in West 20 years ago, then spreading out to Asia and South Asia. Now, STEM education is mixed up, both the blended with the traditional courses. So we are in the fourth industrial revolution era. We are in the third decade of 21st century. So therefore, we have to plan our design, our graduate programs matching to the demand of the society and demand globally. So most of the employment based on technology. So therefore, every graduate programs, we have to introduce technology to get the access to contents and improve the knowledge. So these are some of the issues regarding the criticisms of universities. Now, I'm going to the next point, the fundamental contributions. Historically speaking, universities have been making important fundamental contributions to the society by such means as creating new knowledge. Now, university means that our younger generation, once they admit to the universities or they enroll to particular course in the university, so they are looking for new knowledge. Now we are stepping into the knowledge society. So therefore, always in the universities, they take the lead role creating new knowledge. That is where, because they engage with research in different areas or different fields. Now, for an example, agriculture. So all of us concerned about the basic needs of the human being. So then you find in the pyramid, the bottom is designed for the food. So it's basic need. Then the power and the energy, it's a basic need. Then the shelter, it's a basic need. If you go to 17 SDG goals, then you find number 1 SDG, the hunger. Then number 2, food. Number 3, health. Number 4, education. So like that, of course, up to SDG 17. So I just refer to SDG 4 for quality education. So all the member countries of the United Nations should achieve the goals and the targets set for 2030. So therefore, the universities play a lead role creating new knowledge in the society. Then second point is distributing new knowledge in society. So creating new knowledge, not only that creating, but they distribute new knowledge in society through undergraduates and then graduates and postgraduate courses. So therefore, not only creating, but distributing new knowledge into the society. The next point is innovations usable in the economy. So what do you mean by innovation? So innovation means the gap between the vision and the reality. So therefore, innovation always, there's a vision and there's a reality. So in between vision and the reality, you find the gap. So this gap is filled with the innovation. So innovations usable in the economy, in engineering faculties, or in even arts faculties, fine arts, there you find innovations. So innovations usable in the economy. Now I have an experience. I had the opportunity to visit one of the universities in Russian Federation when I was the Minister of Science and Technology in 2017. The name of the university is State University of Samara, near the Volga, famous Volga River. in Russian Federation, the southern part of the Russia. So in that university, what they do, from the first rocket engine, Sputnik, and the rocket engines today, all rocket engines are designed by State University of Samara, their engineering faculty. And the designs transfer to the Roscosmos, the in charge like NASA in USA, and then they produce the rocket engines with some innovations. So these innovations usable in the economy, not only to go to the orbit, but now see in the field of healthcare. So you find MRI, scanning machines, and all that. These are as a result of research done by most of the universities. In the case of United States, I had the opportunity to visit one of the leading research laboratory in northern part of United States in Chicago. The name is Argonne Laboratory. So they have over 1,400 PhD researchers research in 5 different areas. So I don't have much time to explain, but that is why I say that all the researchers are engaged in research, especially with one of the universities. And I have been invited many research symposiums in Sri Lanka University. So that is why, with that experience, I say the innovations usable in the economy, the innovations done in the universities by researchers. The supply of educated and skilled people, or the leader to economy. So what do you mean by that? Supply of educated and skilled people. So you need human resource, or the people with some skills, of course. You just can't follow the lectures either physically or in online. So that is not enough, and get through the examinations. But you must be in a position to use the skill that you acquired in by following the degree courses in the university. You should be in a position to apply it to improve the economies in countries. The next point is creating jobs directly and impacting on its community for growth. Especially the cities have grown around universities. And now you find in all the universities, in the case of Sri Lanka, the University of Colombo, surrounded by so many high-rising buildings, can be office spaces or the research institutions, like that, of course. Then you find so many buildings and in the cities develop around the university. So with that, of course, creating many jobs, thousands of jobs. Now I have that experience. The oldest university in Sri Lanka, in the hill capital in Kandy, we call Peradeniya University, founded in midst of 1940s, especially 1946, 47, by Sir Jennings, the draftman of Sri Lanka independent constitution, and he became the first vice chancellor of the university, with the extent of the land over 250 acres, and it is close to the hill capital. So around the university, then you find now dental hospitals, the cancer research hospitals, the teaching hospitals. There's so many buildings came up within last few years around the university, because you find so many researchers in different fields. They are working in the universities. So as a result, the cities have grown around the universities, not only in Sri Lanka case, but in other countries also you find the similar situation. And the well-being is not only physical, but also social and psychological. People also consider quality of life as living in peace, harmoniously, and happily in their communities. So I wish to add spiritual life also as part of human well-being, living in harmony with the environment, physical, the biological, and so on. So if I explain a little bit, so the spiritual life, that is also very important in the field of the higher education institutions or the universities, because 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years courses in the universities, of course. So the life of undergraduates confined to the university and their studies. So then you find some kind of a peace in your mind. So, so a spiritual life also important in the field of the well-being is not only, that is why I say not only physical, but also social, then the psychological. Then living in harmony in universities, you find it now in Sri Lanka case, of course, the 17 universities situated and covering all 9 provinces. We have 25 districts. So extreme north, we have Jaffna University. Extreme south, we have Ruhuna University. In hill capital, we have Peradeniya University. In the Colombo and urban areas, you find 4 universities and the open university. In the eastern part, yes, we have 2 universities. So like that, of course, our universities spread out in the country. So the students enrolled to the university in respective areas need not go so far finding the university. So therefore, not only that, of course, then you find all communities, Sinhalese, then the Tamils, Muslims, the Burghers, like that, of course, representing all ethnicities, you find in one premises. So we have never come across any conflict based on ethnicities in our university system. So therefore, it's a place of harmony with that environment in the university. So next point is a growing economy, a stable and predictable economy, and a sustainable economy. Now, these days we are talking about sustainable development goals. So therefore, sustainable economy is very important, especially a country like Sri Lanka. Today we are facing, apart from COVID-19 effect, the global recession and global issues also affecting countries like Sri Lanka. So to take up all these challenges, we have to mold our younger generation, our graduates in the universities. So therefore, a growing economy, a stable and predictable economy, and a sustainable economy is required to ensure human well-being. The universities can make this contribution in many ways. I'll refer to some of them in the context of the issues of our societies in South Asia are facing today. So becoming more relevant to society. Point number 1, undertake practical or applied research to solve social problems. Then the pure research is not enough. So in the research area, you find research confined to the applied research or the practical. So then on the other hand, you find pure research. So then we select a topic and we design our topic in the applying research methodologies. Then you find what methodology that we should apply for the research, and there are hypotheses. So they like that, of course, there's a sequence. So here what I say is, so practical or the applied research to solve social problems is relevant to the society. Now see, for an example, in a country you find COVID-19 pandemic all over the world, but there are some other epidemics confined to one particular area, one particular district, one particular province like that, or one particular society. So then if there's a university research based on that particular issue, then it is practical or applied research. So then that is very important, because the society as whole, they are very happy that university engage the research. Now, see, for an example, one of the Sri Lankan medical doctor who passed out from the Peradeniya University about 3-4 decades ago, now is a professor attached to the University of Hong Kong, Professor Piris. So he's the person who invented the vaccine for the SARS virus some time back. So even at the moment he engaged in research studies. So that was very important, because I can remember about a decade ago, the SARS virus spread out in Hong Kong and the countries around Hong Kong. So as a researcher, the doctor engaged in the university with his students and fellow researchers and found a vaccine for that. Even for COVID-19 pandemic, we find John Hopkins in the United States and some other, and University of Cambridge, Oxford, they all engaged in research. So that is very relevant to the issues in the society. Then number two, the universities must now isolate from society and must lead actively. And university industry interactions are high in countries like Singapore. So National University of Singapore earns about 20% of its annual budget by selling its research or contracts. So I had the opportunity to visit University of Singapore in one particular faculty. I visited there several times, but I had that opportunity by attending a conference. I had the opportunity to visit certain faculties. So then I observed how they engage in applied researchers, and the university can earn some of their annual budget with research and the contracts. My own example, experience. I was the Minister of Power and Energy way back in 2004-05. Then one of our leading universities in engineering subjects, the Morato University, there they have engineering faculty. And then we had an issue in northwestern coastal area to put up new coal-powered power plants to generate power. So there was a resistance from the fishing community and certain religious leaders with some social movements. So none of the employees or the engineers of the Ceylon Electricity Board visit this particular area, because they all are chased out by the people. So then I contacted the engineering faculty of the Morato University. Then I found a professor in electrical engineering. So I spoke to him, and I assigned that particular faculty to do a research in the area and submit a report. So within 3 months' time, that professor took initiative to send his students as university students to go to the area. So they didn't have any issue with the society and the community, fishing community. So slowly but steadily, they found the reason for them to protest against coal power plant. So they were paid by the Ceylon Electricity Board for their research work. This is one example. That's my own experience in Sri Lanka. Then the university's contribution to government policy formulation and implementation. That is also very important. So that normally the government or the ministers or the ministry, they have to take policy decisions Now see, for an example, we also had a similar problem about 10 years ago in the upcountry with the assistance of JICA, Japanese International Agency, the fund provided about $250 million to put up hydropower plant in the upcountry, but as a result of hydropower plant, they have to disturb 6 waterfalls, natural waterfalls. So there's a resistance from the people of the area and the religious leaders. So as a result, the project was delayed over 5 years, more than 5 years. So after I took over, I made arrangements to go to that place. The university, one of the university faculty, the universities. So then, of course, they found alternative, not disturbing all 6 waterfalls. It confined to 3 waterfalls. Even the waterfalls were disturbed only during night. During daytime, you can see or you can observe the beauty of the waterfalls. So with that, of course, the people of the vicinity was given new school buildings, new theaters, new hospital, and infrastructure facilities provided. And the hydropower plant completed. So as a result, now we are getting over 150 megawatts with the hydropower generation in that particular project. So this is, of course, the contribution to the government in policy making, or the policy formulation, not only that, to the policy implementation. The next point, other educational institutions like schools for modeling the young for society, the dons to become role models. So as a Minister of Education, now in my ministry, we cover higher education, the universities, higher education institutions, vocational training and technical education, and general education.
If you want to discover the joy of learning, this opens the door to your own university with quality, professionalism, and truly international standards of a new age university education. Garden City University. A great ambience for learning. Students from 81 nations across the world. Handpicked and mentored teaching staff. Choice-based credit system in curricula. Choice of unique electives for personal advancement. Compulsory foreign language course. 3 months industry internship for all programs. Global exposure through leading universities in UK, France.
The Honorable Minister had to leave, but he gave us a whole ambit of ideas on what well-being is. And I think one of the key takeaways that he had specified, and I think that has resonated with me as well, is that he said that well-being is not just about mental, physical, but also spiritual. I think that is one key takeaway, and also of all the other activities and the improvements that is being made in Sri Lanka under his leadership in his ministry. We thank him very much for addressing the gathering. Now we would like to move on to the panel discussion, and I would like to invite Dr. Anjali Suresh, Dean of School of Health Sciences, Garden City University, who will be moderating this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. A very warm welcome to the Global Education Forum South Asia Summit. I am Anjali Suresh, and I head the Department of Physiotherapy at Garden City University. I welcome all the participants who are online and the panel members for the panel discussion on the role of higher education institutions on well-being. The term well-being exhibits a feeling of satisfied with life, good health, happiness, and prosperity. Without well-being, there is no progress, and promoting well-being of students is an important objective in the current era. Today, we have with us eminent educationists, researchers, and medical professionals to delve on this topic. I welcome Professor Lalit Editasinghe, who holds a Doctor of Engineering degree. He is the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Social Sciences, Head of CINEC, Society Linkage Cell. Welcome, sir. Dr. Inakshi Sengupta, Director, Center for Teaching and Learning and Business Faculty, American University of Afghanistan. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
A very warm welcome to Dr. Marian, Associate Professor at UPM and visiting scientist at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Welcome, ma'am. And Dr. Suresh Krishnam, Senior Physician, Internal Medicine. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Let's begin the panel discussion with our first question to Dr. Lalit. So what do you think are the initiatives universities need to take to improve the social relationships and sustainable living? Over
Good
to you,
evening,
sir.
everyone. Am I audible enough?
Yes, sir, you are.
Right. So let's understand the keywords of our topic first. Social relationships can be defined as the sum of the social interactions between individuals over a period. On the other hand, sustainable living, it encourages people to minimize their use of Earth's resources. So it will reduce the damage to human and environmental interactions, leading to a better life for future generations. So as far as universities are concerned, they must provide the knowledge, awareness, and action that empower people to transform themselves and the society. Therefore, universities in this context should play the role of change agents, I must say. How can universities ensure that they produce graduates properly armed with social relationships and qualities of sustainable living?
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Our Honorable Minister has just joined us.
Yeah.
I think he would like to conclude his remarks.
Fine. We'll give the chance. Over to you, the Minister, Honorable Minister.
Remarks. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could unmute and speak.
Yeah, I think I just concluded my keynote address. So it confined to the topic that I have been given, and I had the opportunity to listen to Professor Lalit Editasinghe a little bit of his intervention. So I am watching the proceedings or the panelists' views about the keynote address.
I was just saying that we are very honored that in the limited time that you have had, you have made time to come and give your talk at the Global Education Forum Summit. And on your major takeaway that I thought was that for you, you said that emotional, physical is not just there, but also spiritual well-being is important. I think that's one of the key takeaways that I am taking out of this. I'm sure all the other members have their own key takeaways. Thank you very much, sir.
So I was just completing, telling you about some recommendation by the Education Resource Information Center under the US Department of Education about this, the particular subject that we are talking about. So the first recommendation they say is infusing sustainability into education and all university decisions to promoting and practicing collaboration. 3, focusing on personal and social sustainability. 4, integration of the research and teaching components. I think Minister was mentioning about this already. Then 5, create space for reflection and pedagogical transformation. So let's see how these directives could be put on action. Universities play a middleman role as they link school and the industry. Therefore, school education and university education should be strategically mapped and aligned with industry needs. So let me raise 3 basic questions at this point. Is the country free from unemployment and underemployment? There are 2 words, unemployment and underemployment. Consider what students learn in school or university. Are those truly relevant to their lives? Review what students know at their graduation. Can that help to ensure the survival of our planet? With this uncertainty in mind, let me briefly share some experience from Sri Lanka. The World Bank has funded a research grant to develop a mechanism that leads to a psychological paradigm shift in students' demand and enrollment for various academic disciplines in tertiary education in Sri Lanka. This project is now in progress under my leadership. As the output of the research, we wish to develop a web-based tool to give directions to young students about the optimal academic path for them. This is an academic psychometric test enabling students to select the most suitable academic path in a logical manner. And this would help to improve social relationship and sustainable living as per our focus and the goal. Then, based on a policy proposal presented to the Secretary to Ministry of Education, a new concept called Educational Vertical Integration, EVI, has been established. Accordingly, the significant component of each degree program will be incorporated into secondary and post-secondary education system. This will foster a systematic and gradual increase of awareness, knowledge, skills, and competence about highly demanded subject in the world under many industries. And this will encourage students and parents to explore new academic paths in higher education, leading to more attractive job opportunities and entrepreneurships. For example, CINEC campus in Sri Lanka conducts degree programs on logistics, transport, and supply chain management. And they were instrumental, the CINEC was instrumental in convincing the government to incorporate logistics as a part of the school curriculum in 2017. So the universities can interact with industry stakeholders such as government, trade associations, and business firms to ensure the graduates have employment in these academic paths. This is what we call education vertical integration. What you teach in the university is actually have their roots in schools, and the university connects those students through the university to the industry and the rest of the world and the society. For example, CINEC campus published a textbook, the first textbooks on logistics, approaching 3 social dimensions: school children and teachers, university students and lecturers, and the industry practitioners. So this book was written in the national language to reach the target audience effectively. In consultation with respective ministries, a national day for logistics was established in Sri Lanka. a commemorative stamp was issued to mark this important day, ensuring the highest social awareness about this subject. So I am telling about one example. One subject is being vertically integrated. So this is that experience I'm sharing with you. So this can be applied to many subjects. That is what I want to highlight. So as a result of these activities, many students opt to follow degree programs on logistics, transport and supply chain management. They are 100% employed on graduation and contributing to improve social relationships and sustainable living. Also, increase the women participation in the industry in line with Goal 5 of UN Sustainable Development, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. So within my limited time period, I just shared a couple of experience from Sri Lanka, and over to you for our panel chairman to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insights. And as rightly said, universities must provide the knowledge, awareness, and action that empower people to transform themselves and the society. Now we go on to our next panelist, Dr. Inakshi Sengupta. Dr. Sengupta, what is your opinion on the challenges that affect mental health and well-being of students at higher education institutions? And over to you, Dr. Sengupta.
Universities must provide knowledge, awareness. Thank you so much. I hope I am audible to everybody. As you can see, I come from American University of Afghanistan, chairing the business department and director of Center of Teaching and Learning. Emergency is not very new to our university. In 2016, it was attacked. A lot of students and faculty and staff members lost their lives. And the university limped back into action in around March 2017, starting online education, when online education was actually not very popular amongst any of us at that point of time. So everything was going well, and we were all apprehending that we will group together in around 2020 when COVID happened. And that's the time we were on campus, but not the students. So mental well-being was a very big issue. The students were feeling left out, alone, did not know, because in Afghanistan, our university, unfortunately, you can't visit. It's like an oasis. It's a beautiful place where the students can work together, do research work, and we have several divisions, the master's program too. So we came up with an intervention that would engage our students apart from studying. So we collaborated with Phoenicia University in Lebanon, and as I also work as an associate series editor for Emerald Publishing. So I had this wonderful co-author, Dr. Ahmed Samarji, Dean of STEM division over there. So we came up with the idea of starting a global cultural village. How would we do that? So we floated a simple Google form, and we asked for our students to express their interest to join. And after studying those forms and the narratives, we came up with 15 students from Afghanistan side and 15 students from Lebanon. We may try to maintain gender and ethnic balance, religion balance also. And what we did is that these students, we were silent observers, the professors and the Students Affairs Department. We asked them to pick some topics on which they could exchange ideas amongst themselves. So as students are, they spoke about festivals, they spoke about culture, music, song, dance. Food was the greatest hit, I would say. They shared recipes, they spoke with each other, and also their trials and tribulations that they were going through, the fear of pandemic. Some of them had COVID, some of them had lost a couple of family members too. So they could share that with each other. And at the end of the, we did a pre-study, as we said. We did a study while the program was on for a whole semester. That was spring 2021. And we continued doing that as field observers. And we found out that the students were very enthusiastic, bonding with each other, finding some commonalities that they could share. And this culminated into kind of a WhatsApp group where they were like suggesting movies and music to each other. And we could create this global cultural village. And that helped in the mental well-being, as well as it also helped in create a bond. And some of them were like talking about visiting each other's country. And it also resulted in a TEDx talk and several conference presentations and book chapters. And again, when things were going well with our university, 15th August 2021, our campus, both the campus fell to the Taliban, and we were evacuated on an emergency basis. And there was a plea from our students, distress call that we will be killed and you have to do something, and we don't know what's going to take place. On 24th August, we were supposed to start the fall semester. So it was less than 10 days. We did not want to show our students that we have all gone back to our own country, or we have been evacuated, but we wanted to be there for them. So we said the fall semester will start, and education, our motto is education shall prevail. And so what we did is for 3 weeks, we had a study group where the students were voluntarily asked to participate for 1 hour in the evening. And we had session on mental well-being, counseling, talking to them about industry, talking to them about the developments that taking place in different sectors, in business, in law, in IT, in STEM. And we were just trying to get them into the groove of studying. So after 3 weeks, and we did a pre-study again, trying to find out where exactly they are. And if you read some of the narratives, they are absolutely, quite unnerving, especially for our women students. Even hearing us speaking in English, if they were caught, they would be, God knows. I mean, I don't even want to think about what would have happened to them. So we had to do that in complete secrecy. And but we got them into the groove, and they started attending classes, and they thanked us that you did not abandon us, and our degree continues, and we will graduate. So since then, our 15th August 2020, we are online. We evacuated some of our students to American University of Iraq Soleimani, American University of Central Asia, and some of our students are in Bard College, New York. We are now planning to evacuate the rest of 300 students that are there in Kabul to Doha under the Qatar Foundation is very kind and funding us to do so. And that's how we are trying to keep up the morale and the mental well-being of our students. We are all on WhatsApp group. We are reachable. We are trying to counsel them. There are counselors working pro bono, and helping them to come out of this kind of despair and desolate situation that they are in. And we are trying to give them hope that as you have enrolled in the university, you will continue your studies and you will graduate. So we had a graduation ceremony also remotely. And now this semester before fall, we are enrolling 300 new students who have shown inclination to study with us. And I would also like to thank UCJC, because you all conducted an employability skill workshop for our students for 12 weeks, which they really enjoyed. And these are the kind of things we are looking forward to keep up the morale of our students. Of course, for us professors, we document everything that we get, and all kind of research data gets converted into conference talks and this thing. But at the end of the day, it's our student who matters, mainly our female students, and we are trying our best so that we keep their moral and their mental well-being. There have been situations where they have even tried to commit suicide, but thankfully we have not lost a single life till now. and our student community is intact and by the grace of God. Thank you so much. This is what I wanted to share with you all.
That was indeed an excellent, initiative taken by a university on the Global Cultural Village. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience. We go on to our next panelist, Dr. Marian. Dr. Marian, in what ways universities can actively participate in the development of a well-being of the society?
Okay, I am audible. Is the audio okay with me? Yes. Well, first of all, I would like to start by sharing my recognition and acknowledging the courage of my panelist member, Dr. Sengupta, and offering her all the help that is in our hands to contribute to all this situation you are experiencing. And I would also like to thank you all very much, especially Garden City University, for this opportunity to share and discuss about best practices on well-being, and specifically about what higher education institutions can do and how they can actively participate in promoting a well-being society. And let me start by quickly analyzing the concept of well-being, because many descriptions of well-being have been developed. And there are two conceptual approaches that dominate discussions. We can talk about subjective and objective well-being. And I think that all the panelists have been referring to both of them in their presentations. So subjective constructs emphasize personal experiences, individual fulfillment, where we can include this sense of promoting loving kindness as crucial, as central to human essence, finding meaning in life and experiencing a sense of personal growth, what we could include in what we understand by eudaimonic well-being, that is also adding hedonic well-being, where we include these ideas of feeling happy and satisfied with one's own life. And from these subjective constructs, we move on towards objective approaches of well-being that define well-being in terms of quality of life indicators that have been mentioned in the previous presentations, such as material resources, income, food, housing, and social attributes, where we can include education, health, and social connections. So I think that one challenge we are facing now, especially after the pandemic, is how to embed these subjective constructs into the objective perspectives, and specifically into the education standards. So how can we enrich the offer universities are providing students and are providing society in general with? How can we enrich this with all the components that we have described into the subjective constructs? And well, allow me to continue with an example of what we are doing at UCJC. At UCJC, we created a center, the Be Well Center, that specifically cares for well-being, considering three specific aspects, that is mental, physical, and emotional well-being, but without forgetting that at the core, we have awareness, we have this spiritual perspective, but we say spiritual but not religious perspective that should, give meaning and contribute to develop the three axes in its full potential. And again, continuing with a specific example, and trying to show how to enrich the objective standards of well-being with the subjective construct. Let me talk about a training program we have developed that is called a mindfulness-based conscious path towards inner and relational well-being. The core competencies we are addressing in this training, in this program, are agency, resilience, fulfillment, and transcendency. In agency, what we want to provide our students or develop students who have self-esteem and a sense of being empowered to make meaningful choices, and also to influence their social, political, and material environment, having the capacity for self-expression and self-direction, understanding that loving kindness should be at the essence, is part of our, human definition, our definition as human beings. Then resilience, we are equipping our students to handle adversities, both now and in the future. And fulfillment and transcendency, what we want our students to understand, to be aware, is that they can reach their full potential and that they will be able to do so in the future, not only in the moment where they are with us, but to continue living and having, with this transcendency perspective, having a positive impact on the world. So this would be a specific example of what we are doing inside our Be Well Center. And then another very interesting initiative is the fact that UCJC has just joined the WISE network. WISE is standing for well-being, innovation, and social change in education. This network was promoted by Stanford University, the University of Virginia, and then Georgetown has recently joined the network, and we are very proud and honored at UCJC. We were present in the first gathering of this WISE network, which took place in Bilbao, in Spain, last month. And it is my pleasure and my honor to share with you, and this is probably one of the first moments where these conclusions are being shared, part of the conclusions of this first gathering. And I think that they connect with the idea that I have been presenting since the very beginning, that is how to embed subjective constructs of well-being into the objective standards we are offering from our universities. So there are 4 points that we developed in the conclusions workshop. And one was to create institutional standards that can be shared in the network, institutional standards regarding well-being, which would include research, models of well-being, and definitions, so that we can end up by creating a movement inspired in B Corps. Then within institutions, it is very important to train the trainers. So it is not only to care for our staff well-being, it is also important to give our professors the capacity to transmit well-being in their lectures. Also, we talked about a funding commitment and an administration model for well-being that can be shared, that could be shared among all the higher education institutions that are part of the network. Then continuing with levels with people, the first 2 points refer to institutions, and then the last 2 refer to people. We concluded that it's very important to create communities within the institutions, communities who have a sense of belonging and purpose, and also to create exchange programs among all the universities that are part of the network, with this idea of gifts that we give, promoting well-being among the world. And then finally, reaching the individual level, that is the students, but not only the students, all the individuals that that create the institution. We want to make sure that we are putting together education plus experience, with this idea of embedding the subjective constructs. Then, of course, offering incentives to engage in well-being. And finally, promote this spirit of change makers with an entrepreneurship vision. And well, with these 4 points, I'm concluding my presentation, but I would like to conclude with two quotes. The first one is by Greg Anderson. Greg Anderson is an American musician who said that well-being is the complete integration of body, mind, and spirit. The realization that everything we do, think, feel, and believe has an effect on our state of well-being. And finishing with another quote by John Kabat-Zinn, who said that we can't stop the waves, but we can definitely learn how to surf. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Marian. And thank you for mentioning and highlighting the subjective well-being, psychological well-being, and the objective indicators. And congratulations to UCJC's role on the Well-being Summit. Now we go on to our next panelist, Dr. Suresh Krishnan. Doctor, since you're from a medical background, what can higher education institutions do about mental, physical, and emotional well-being? Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, and thank you very much for Garden City University and Global Education Forum to give me an opportunity to talk. So it was very nice listening to the experience, especially Dr. Inakshi Sengupta, how she managed the crisis, and UCJC's program, or Dr. Marian's closing quotes was very good. Definitely, I'll try to surf among the knowledgeable people now. Now, the world is seeing a very new scenario, like we never faced a pandemic for more than 100 years. And even students, nobody faced, professors never faced this problem. Number two, and also world is facing a, we never expected we can see a war in our generation. So we are seeing two new situations where we are facing and seeing a lot of health crisis. Now, my topic is mental, physical, and social health. Now, let us see the definition, how our community health definition, it defines the health. Health is defined as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. So this physical health, mental health are all interrelated. A sound mind in a sound body is an old and appropriate saying for good health. Now, let us see how it is interrelated. When we, the relationship between the good mental health and good physical health is, and vice versa. When the person is deprived, or a student is deprived of sleep, or if the person is facing depression or any other mental health related issues, he will have a digestive problem, trouble sleeping, a lack of energy, and even heart problems post-COVID situation. All this lead to the lack of interest in studies, and lack of interest in the surroundings, and lack of focus in the lifetime. So to overcome this, all higher education institutes should accommodate for the environment where it is helping the students to overcome this situation. Now, by the way of having counselors, the group therapy, and peer meetings, and bereavement. Bereavement is something new concept which is coming all over the world. Bereavement is like time off, but it is paid time off, and the study shows that there is a lot of improvement in both physical and mental health. Now, there is a study which was done in Tokyo University where they found that students who use more of the screen time, either in the television or in the mobile, they're prone for mental health related issues. And there was a study in Harvard also showing that there is something called digital fasting, where the entire university, they will take 1 or 2 days, where the students are advised to go for switching off mobiles and switching off unwanted information through Google and other things, to just ignite their nascent minds. Now, the universities can also think like opening a center like CAMHS. What is CAMHS? Combating mental health, and it is related to the students. It is like a CPR for mental health. So it is a collaboration between the student and the university, where the students who have adjustment difficulties, depression, anxiety, stress, and even those who are indulged in the substance abuse, they can inform themselves with the nicknames, where the student number will not be revealed either to the counselor or to the informer. where the students can log into that particular number and they can explain their problem, and we can have the teleconsultation with mental health and psychiatric counselors where they can help them. Now, that is one issue. Next is coming to the physical health. Physical health, now the students should be allowed to participate in a lot of sports activity, involvement in the proper health nutrition. Our kitchens, the university kitchens should be furnished, and we should be equipped with all the facilities where the nutrition diet can be supplied if they are hostelites, and proper advice and the importance of the healthy food can be advised to the students by the putting lot of awareness boards in the kitchen area, where dining area, and also putting up a small slogans around the eating areas. Each week a different slogan asking them to eat properly, which will indirectly help affect their physical health and mental health. Then promotion of high activity is also important. Now, as we are talking about the mental health, now post-COVID scenario, even in India, after the post-COVID symptom, one of the important post-COVID symptom, as we all know, all over the world, now the depression has become almost reached a level of epidemic, especially for the post-COVID. So we can have a special post-COVID screening centers for the students who want to take help for the counseling and treatment. Now, coming to the social well-being, where the universities can organize cultural events like singing and other events, and interfests and participation in the debate, and also inviting the celebrities like recently one of the famous Bollywood actors, Deepika Padukone. She started a mental awareness campaign all over India, which is run by her sister, which is doing very good job, where they help in the counseling and the improvement of the stress thresholds in the students. We should also encourage the students to actively participate in the exposure of the thought-provoking speeches. There is one study which was very interesting, which was done in Stanford University. The usage of library and usage of the information material has come down because of the advent of Google and other things. When the student go in search of information and they explore, and when they discover the information by themselves, the retention of the information is quite longer than the information which is extracted immediately while they see, when they just Google and they find out the information. And also during this search of the information, they will also get additional information. So all the universities all over the world, they are promoting the sit-in time for the libraries, where the libraries were well equipped, and they also promote to go and just evaluate the scientific subjects in the libraries. Now, because we are from India, I cannot end my topic without the quotes from Bhagavad Gita, which has been translated to English. As a human beings, there is a sloka which says, as a human being, put a new garment, giving up old ones, like soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old ones. So we should also teach them the journey is just important, not the end result. And there is a sloka which strive for always for the higher goal. We are kept from our goals not by the obstacles, but by the clear path for the lesser goals. The man is made by his belief. As he believes, so he is in. And so to conclude, I just want to say that universities should promote. One is the counseling centers, interpersonal skills, and social activities, and also promote a lot of physical activity. So it will benefit the students to overcome this type of stress, mental related and physical related health issues. Thank you.
Suresh, and thank you for throwing light on depression and anxiety faced by students in the post-COVID era. Now, putting the views of all the panelists, I would like to conclude that the higher education institutions that show dedication to student well-being can help increase academic performance, increase motivation and self-confidence, and enhance critical thinking skills. Education for sustainable thinking encourages students to think different from traditional thinking and contribute to a sustainable future. In the 21st century, critical thinking and communication skills, creative problem solving, student-centric and sustainable living are considered important for the society. I thank all the panelists for sharing their time and coming to this on this occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashali, for moderating this panel. And a special thank you to Dr. Mr. Primagenta, Honorable Minister of Education of Sri Lanka, who had the kindness of delivering the keynote address at this panel. Thank you, Minister. And of course, thank you very much, dear panelists, for this very interesting discussion we've had on the role of higher education institutions in fostering society's well-being. We will now move on to the last panel on entrepreneurship. Crystal, please, the floor is yours.
Today has been a wonderful discussion. Back to back, we've been having discussions. We started with digitalization, we went on to social commitment, wellness, and now something which is very dear to me, entrepreneurship. I have the pleasure and honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Jacob Krasta. He is the founder and chairman of a successful entrepreneur, a vocal spokesperson for the SME sector in India. May I have the AV profile of Dr. Jacob Krasta played, please?
Dr. Jacob Krasta, the founder and chairman, CM Enviro Systems Private Limited, and chairman, L Square Eco Products Private Limited, is a visionary who started his career in marketing of scientific equipment in the laboratory market of India. Today, the CME Group is a multi-location and multifaceted company with its presence all over the world. Dr. Krasta, apart from being a distinguished industrialist, holds several notable positions in various prestigious organizations and trade bodies of India, such as Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, AIM, ASSOCHAM, FICCI, ICC India, Rotary Platinum City, Bangalore, etc. He is also a member of the Council on Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, chaired by the Prime Minister to lay down broad policy guidelines and review the development of the MSME sector in India. Global Education Forum and Garden City University welcome you.
For being with us, I request you to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, Dr. Jacob Krasta.
Thank you very much for an entrepreneur to get into this kind of a discussion and a keynote speaker on a global education forum where South Asia Summit of 2022 hosted by Garden City University in association with the University of Camilo José Cela in Spain to have discussion on future of higher education. Yes, I am very much aware of what is exactly happening with the higher education, especially when Karnataka is the first state government where implemented this national education policy, that is NEP 2020. So the beauty of this NEP is the students can learn entrepreneurship and skill development and master their skill at the young age. Whatever it was 10+2, now it has become 10+5. So in the 10+5, whatever they learn is directly implementing the entrepreneurship and the skill development. Now presently, in order to cope up the students of this NEP, where they are going to come out from their colleges after the NEP education, and the present students, there will be a lot of change. Probably now to the students, what we have in higher education, how to be given this kind of NEP and the skill development, especially when they have the skill development, they will get the job immediately, or they can even enterprise. So the entrepreneurship starts in the college. Why not? So for that, all the colleges, especially higher education colleges, have to create a skill development education, as well as an incubator, wherein whatever the passionate person, the passionate students can walk into the incubator, develop a product and put it in the market, check up or even test. And when it is successfully delivered to a client of his, then he can get into a manufacturing activity. So these are the scopes available in the higher education system. Gone are the stage or only the textbook theory and that kind of blah, blah, blah in the classroom is gone. Because what it is now is happening is what the student learn in a classroom is only 20%. 80% he has to learn from outside. So why is that 80% a student has to learn from outside? Why can't that 80% what he has to learn can be provided from the classroom itself? So when he comes out from the higher education in the university, he is fully equipped to dedicate his whole service to the society in a passionate way. So the passionate way, it could be a entrepreneurship, it could be a sportsman, it could be a musician, it could be a politician, or it could be a social entrepreneurship. It could be anything depending on identification of a student's passion, what they are been God has given to me him. So what a higher education in future have to do is identify the passion, identify the talent, deliver the student what he wants to have, he or she wants to have, not that bookish knowledge. Okay, fine. Even if the bookish knowledge is given because of a certification or validification of your university, that is going to be maybe in a 365 days only about say 200 days. Balance 165 days is available for the faculty member, university and the students. So the balance 165 days can be used for identifying the passion of a student. Once a passion is identified, create that kind of atmosphere and create such kind of incubator so that you can get into the incubator and move forward. So the lot of opportunities available. Now MSME is giving 48% of the employment. So we have about say 650 million MSMEs in our country, in India. And we are employing about 110 million people. So the major percentage of employment is in MSME. Why a student has to be again trained up in MSME shop floor? So the prime youth is in the period of that. And the colleges, if it is there, why not he is trained up in the college itself so that it is directly absorbed in the MSME. Now we have to create universities like Harvard University, benchmark to the Harvard University. Why Harvard University has become Harvard University? It is because all the universities in USA and UK are linked up with the industry. What is required in the industry? What is the R&D required? What is the quality required? What is the lean manufacturing activities required? All that process is done in the university, and university students are linked up with the industry. Same way, our universities also have to link up with the industry, tie up with the industrial through the trade organization, tie up with them and deliver the students from the university what the industry requires it. Not as a first class or second class and benchmark it saying that, oh yeah, we have delivered say so many rank holders. What is that rank holders is going to do? He is only becoming a manager of industry because of the campus interview. But if the only people are providing a job, how many people are starting an entrepreneurship? So that we have to develop in a higher university the job providers, not job seekers. So make such kind of changes now NEP is allowing to do it, and that's the way to go forward. Now we have taken, say, after independence, when the Britishers have looted our India with the $45 trillion of our assets. Now we have taken, say, to cross that $1 trillion economy, we have taken 40 years. And to cross the $2 trillion economy, we have taken another 20 years. And now after 75 years of independence, we are at the rate of a $3.2 trillion economy. By 24-25, we are crossing $5 trillion economy. By the 100th year of independence, 2047, we are crossing $45 trillion economy. That is going to be the future of India. That is going to be the educational, higher educational, how to deliver such kind of students where they are passionate and help these MSMEs to grow and create that kind of GDP growth in our economy. And let's be jointly work together. Education, service, socialistic, and the industry, then only I think we can achieve that kind of GDP of $45 trillion economy in 2047. Let's get ready. And that is going to be the entrepreneurship. Since I have been asked to talk on entrepreneurship, I have spoken, but although I had given more time, but I was asked to reduce the time. So I have to reduce the time. Thank you very much for having listening, and God bless everybody, especially for entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the enlightening address on entrepreneurship. You're a very practical person, and practicality is what entrepreneurship is all about. I have Dr. Vandana with me, who will moderate the next panel. Over to you, Dr. Vandana.
Welcome to the Global Education Forum, South Asian Summit 2022, hosted by Garden City University and UCJC, Spain. I am Dr. Vandana, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Garden City University, India. I have with me here the eminent entrepreneurs and speakers from different parts of the globe to discuss on entrepreneurship. Please join me in welcoming our panel speakers, Dr. Abu Nazir, Senior Professor at London Metropolitan University, London. I welcome you, sir. From India, we have Mr. Pratap Hegde, Founder and Executive Director of Rane Telematics for You. I welcome you, sir. And we have Ms. Shaina, the CEO of Meticulous Consultancy from Maldives. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. From Bhutan, we have Ms. Sonam Choki, founder of Bhutan Herbal Tea. I welcome you, ma'am. We have Mr. David, Director of Competencies and Innovations from UCJC, Spain. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Entrepreneurship is a force that fosters economic growth and social empowerment of any nation. Entrepreneurship development is the process of enhancing the skills and knowledge related to a development, management, and organization of a business venture, while keeping in mind the risks associated with it. Education on entrepreneurship will empower the students to build confidence, develop critical thinking, collaborative skills, decision-making, and leadership skills. In this context, may I now request Mr. David to share your views on how higher education institutes could nurture entrepreneurial culture. Over to you, sir.
Namaste. Thank you very much, madam, and thanks for having me. Greetings from Spain. I was one of the co-organizers of the previous Global Education Forum 7 months ago, and I'm honored to be part of this event today. Thank you for your commitment to make this happen. I'm also very happy to share this conversation with our distinguished colleagues. Hope next time we can do this in person. Allow me to bring to the conversation some of the closing remarks of the Global Education Forum in Madrid in November. We all understand that we live in an increasingly changing world, that requires to change education, but mainly to educate for change, which is different. The first part of the equation is mainstream. We all talk about how to change education, best practices, tips, ideas, how-tos, but it is needed to talk about the second part, which is probably more systemic, to educate for change. meaning that universities must be places where change-making is practiced or even celebrated. No? And please mind that we are talking about entrepreneurial mindset in general, not only creating companies or launching business, but developing your abilities to solve something, even a social problem, as we saw in the previous panel about social commitment. And you may or not become a business person, but you will need to have initiative or solve problems all your life. No, that entrepreneurial spirit lasts forever. And how do you educate for change? No, so by doing. The best way to develop those activities is putting our students in charge, as Dr. Jacob Krasta mentioned. Leadership, risk-taking, all those abilities can't be learned from a textbook. We need to practice them. We need to fail. We need to try again to see how others do it. So the best way is to create opportunities for them to practice. And it doesn't matter what subject you are teaching. Along the academic year, you might find opportunities to do this. And also, it is important to offer other activities beyond the classes, beyond the degree, to do this. Students' clubs, labs for entrepreneurship, or social impact or innovation, volunteering, community experiences, and so on. So this is one of the key aspects to nurture this entrepreneurial mindset. The second point, I would say, it's very related to this one, is that entrepreneurial and innovation should be understood as a mindset, not just as a subject or an academic program. This is something transversal to all the educational institution, all our offerings. It requires a 360 approach that affects everything: methodologies, assessments, admissions policies, teachers training, even teacher selection, internal culture in our teams, staff, in every aspect. And the third point, I would say, I would bring this from the closing remarks of the Global Education Forum in Madrid, is probably a lever or a condition for all the previous ones. It's that a new leadership is required, more adaptive, more visionary, shared leadership from us as administrators, as teachers as well, enabling and creating transversal opportunities for students to practice all this. And from a teacher perspective, we as teachers must understand that our role is creating learning opportunities, something this requires an exercise of being humble. I don't have all the answers. I exist to facilitate their journey as learners, to provide key questions, to enhance collaboration, to provide orientation and help them find their own answers. And beyond this, talking specifically about entrepreneurship, as we said before, our students will need to learn the necessary to become entrepreneurs, but by practicing, not by textbooks or master classes. So they need to create, to act, to experiment, and so on. And well, in towards experiential learning. And from the institutional or leadership perspective, and I'm finishing with this, of course, this requires a lot of effort. Also thinking beyond traditional boundaries. I mean, we usually see the restrictions of educational policies, the official curriculum, the mandatory subjects, and the content we need to offer as a higher education institution. There is usually more space than we think within that curriculum to change things with some creativity. But also, why not, beyond our subject, beyond our degree, beyond the classroom, we have a whole university or a school to create learning opportunities, as a lab. We can create an open innovation center. We can organize a congress like this one. We can gather famous entrepreneurs and bring them to an event. We can create a contest. We can even ask them, our students, what are they willing to do, what they want to happen in our school, and even let them organize it. So that's it. I hope these insights are useful for our conversation. And I'm really looking forward to listening to my colleagues in the panel. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. David, for your informative talk on how institutes could nurture and develop entrepreneurial culture. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Pratap Hegde, who is a serial entrepreneur and has, to his credit, a vast experience of more than 3 decades as an entrepreneur. Sir, may I now request you to share your thoughts on what is the role of higher education institutes to collaborate with industry for entrepreneurial development? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and greetings from Bangalore to all other co-panelists and audience from across the globe. The subject line says the role of HEIs to collaborate with the industry for entrepreneurial development. No, this is the sentence itself basically represents our very, very conditioned mind as far as these dimensions of our society is concerned. We say collaborate between industry and HEIs, higher education institutions. Basically, it tells you that these are 2 different silos. Basically, we are very much conditioned in our society, in our economy, from quite few decades. They're all silos. We said industry and business is a silo. Educational institution is another silo. We also said home and living spaces is a silo and office is another silo. We said there are shopping places and there are living spaces. Now, what is happening in the last few years? With this technology, with this disruption, with this kind of digitalization, all the silos are breaking up. Everything is getting fused. There is no different working place and living place today. We all talk about working from home. This conference itself is happening from various people speaking from wherever they are. Otherwise, in a conventional way, we would have perhaps sat in one common conference room and talked about these things. Today, there is no separate marketplace and separate living space. E-commerce is a way forward. And with this kind of technology which we are absorbing, perhaps, it is not really necessary to go out and shop. Every experience of shopping you can have online. Now, what is really happening in the society, what's really happening in the economy is the fusion of all these different silos. Coming to this particular 2 silos of industry and higher educational institutions and university, what I'm talking about is there's a big need to fuse them together. There's a big need to merge them together. There's a big need to graft them together. Even entrepreneurs, I think David put it very nicely. It is everybody need to be an entrepreneur. I don't think that there is an entrepreneur class in future and the working class. Everybody who is contributing something to the society and economy, he or she should be entrepreneurial. He and she should be creative. Unless they show that entrepreneurial abilities in their work, there's hardly any work for them, because all other work would be more or less automated. Now, how do we do this? This huge fusion which need to happen between all these silos and integrate them together. That is the challenge, but that is the requirement. Now, like examples I would like to give, a hospitality management course shouldn't happen in a classroom. And a hospitality management course should start and end in a hotel, where there are restaurants, there are all other facilities. The students virtually don't have to go out. We need to bring in a hospitality setup, a hotel into an university, or university has to go into the hotel. And today is the world of startups. And Dr. Krasta talked about SMBs. There's a huge opportunity here. We can bring SMBs and startups into the university campus. It is not just, and I'm talking about a model which is beyond incubation. Incubation is basically for the students working in the university. I think universities need to open up. And any business which would like to set up a branch of it, or a wing of it, or a department of it inside an university, I think there's a need to open them up for such opportunities. In the process, there are two things will happen. One is the teachers who are inside the campus would also be available for certain work for these industries, these businesses. So they will really understand how the businesses operate. What are the challenges of a business? And the people who are working in these businesses can also continue their education. It is not just, universities need not be exclusively for the full-time students. And Dr. Krasta talked about NEP. It gives a lot of flexibility for the students to, get in anytime, go out anytime, in terms of their education curriculum. So this two-way exchange will add huge value to the universities, and also it will add huge value to all these SMBs and the startups. And what universities of the future, our HEIs of the future, should be an ecosystem for such businesses. We need to integrate many more people. Then when this happens, we can bring in investors or the VC funds. We can bring in mentor community into this. That is how we create a complete ecosystem for business and industry, and it is not separate from the university. It's all fused, it's all integrated. It is very, very essential to do this. So in the process, the learning, the whole process of learning changes. Every speaker says, Dr. Krasta said 80-20, 80% through experience and 20% from the classroom. If you ask me, 100% through experience. If there is a real learning in life, real learning, not just information input, that is through observation. The observation is through experience. Without observing, we won't learn anything real worthwhile. So I think there's a need to build a completely experiential education. In my opinion, that can be really created with this kind of opening up, with this kind of fusion, this kind of grafting between industry and higher education institutions or universities. Actually, it's much easier today, because if you look into today's startup ecosystem, there are co-working spaces. The universities can invite these co-working space operators into the university. They can actually set up their facilities inside, and then everything else will follow. The entrepreneurs will follow. Some of our own students will become entrepreneurs. The investors will come in. Mentoring will happen. All other resources, whether the laboratory resources, many other technology and other inputs, what can be provided to these startups can be provided from the university. I would like to certainly see such a change, both from the industry as well as from the HEIs or the universities, and this kind of coming together, this kind of fusion can create a new world of education, perhaps new economy altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hegde, for that insightful information on how education that could be integrated. I thank you for explaining about the different silos and how fusion of them can take place and what is the future for us. Thank you, Mr. Hegde. We have with us Ms. Shahina, who has a rich background as a transformational coach. And she's also a speaker on mind power. I would like you to share your thoughts on what kind of mindset and teaching methodologies could be adopted by higher education institutes for developing entrepreneurial qualities. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for Dr. Lakshmikant for this opportunity to speak with international experts in the field. So to start with the question, the mindset and teaching methodologies for developing entrepreneurial qualities, I would like first to highlight what are the entrepreneurial qualities that somebody must have to become an entrepreneur. So the first thing is they should have that self-leadership qualities. What is self-leadership? The person should be able to make a firm decision. Okay, I'm going to do this thing, and then from that decision, how to regulate the thoughts, emotions, and for the person's own self and all the other people. Because we are talking about dealing with people. Whatever we try to do in life, it's all about people. So how can we regulate those thoughts? After that, clearly having a life purpose statement, a vision, mission, and goals. When we don't have goals in our life, we usually end up doing all the things and not achieving anything. So to have clear goals, and then the ability to develop a plan and clear plan and work towards a goal. After that, as John C. Maxwell says, consistency compounds. They should be able to do repeated action because the practice makes perfect. And then utilize the resources available and always have the trust in the creator so that they can have a forward momentum. After that, the other entrepreneurial quality is that entrepreneurship is all about risk. Are the person able to take risk? Is the person able to jump into something that we all have that fearful self pushing us, that our mind saying that no, don't do that, you might fail. But if we have that risk-taking mindset, we can always push ourselves. Let's try and test this one so that we can have a fruitful outcome out of this one. And the other thing is, when we talk about the focused and creative, the entrepreneurship should be all about being creative, being very solution focused. And then there should be a deep passion on creating impact. Also, the robust work ethic. So if we have these qualities, entrepreneurial qualities, what are the institutions, higher education institutions can do to build on and develop these entrepreneurial qualities? The first thing is, we should always let the students fail. They should experience. I agree wholeheartedly with Pratap's comments saying they should 100% experience it and observe things and then learn from it. When I started my diploma in accounting, I had 4 years experience in an accounting field. And it was very easy for me to grasp the concept theories. But my colleagues who were just out of school, it was really difficult for them to understand simple theories. So we should all encourage students to take up the part-time jobs, or even before enrolling in a university or college, to take up a job and then experience life. That way they have that failing mindset, learning mindset. The other thing is giving industry experience. We have talked about giving industry experience. Now, this industry experience is very important as a higher education institution. Let's say I'm working at Villa College as the head of human resources, and we have around 3,500 students. From our faculty of engineering, what we try to do is, after 2 years of studies, the students has to do and go 6 months of experience in a workshop or a related field where they are studying. And because of this industry experience, they know exactly what is expected. Let's take an example of, let's say, a chef. The person comes out with a degree expecting, I can be a chef. I can earn that chef salary. But the moment you land in a job, you are given an assistant position. So you can't accept that. No, I have a degree. I want to be a chef, but you have to start from the very bottom. And then the other one is the simulation projects. In our business faculty, what we do is we have 8 weeks of simulation so that the students can be real business people. For 8 weeks, they are in a team, an organization. They are there, take up the roles of a CEO, COO, or officer level, and then they will be given real cases that happen in business. So what they have to do is every day they would come prepared. But when they come into the classroom, they will be given something else, a challenging situation. And because of this situation, they have to keep their to-do list away and focus on something. Simulation is a very productive thing. So all the higher education institutions should adopt this one. And the other thing is presentation and public speaking skills. As I am a HR person, I think last 1.5 years, I have sat in 300 interviews and people are afraid to speak. So it is really important to develop on the public speaking skills. Can they speak for 3 minutes without having 20 actualists in between or 20 sources in between? Can they do that? It is really important. And one final thing is the ability to coach and mentor. Coaching is just a thought-provoking conversation to influence another person's mind, another person's ideas. So if you can coach, if you can teach them how to listen properly, how to talk properly, how to ask the right set of questions, it would be really easy. And I would add as the final comment, the research model, because in business, as entrepreneurs, we have to always identify, analyze what is happening in our market. That research skills is an important thing. And with that, I will finish saying that it is really important to do this in our college environments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shahina, for throwing light on different teaching methodologies that could be adopted by higher education institutes. And the point what you mentioned, thoughts leads to emotions and emotions thereby leads to our action. And students should learn by observation and experience. It's a wonderful point to be noted. We have seen that post-pandemic, education is going through a sea change. Innovative ways like what you mentioned is the way forward. Thank you once again. Our next speaker is Professor Abu Nazir, who has got rich experience in the IT industry, and he is also into research and teaching at London Metropolitan University. Sir, I now request you to address on what are the key drivers to foster entrepreneurship and how can education institutes promote them. Over to you, sir.
Hi, thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you for inviting me to this particular conference. I think this forum is doing very well. I've been listening to some of the speakers this morning, and then I had to go to meeting and I came back. So again, thank you to giving me that opportunity and giving me a very tentative and very, very important question to answer. So I would say the question I've got two different parts. One is driver required to foster entrepreneurship, and second part is related to education institution, promote or develop them. So in terms of key drivers, some of them obviously overlaps with the previous speakers. I would say creativity and accumulation of ideas is very, very important. Entrepreneurs needs to have some sort of creativity, and which needs to be taught in the university as well. I know the traditional universities, especially Asian subcontinent, even in England as well, tend to teach lots of theories and theories which has been developed earlier. However, in terms of entrepreneurship, it's constantly changing. So you really need to think almost every week. You should have a meeting and improve from it. And I'll tell you how education sector can do something about it later. Then responsiveness to opportunities. So if there are opportunities, how to respond. Again, university got role to do that. I will come to that in a minute. And then responsiveness, or you could say that risk-taking and taking advantage of opportunities, which one of the speaker addressed a few minutes ago. But I'll go into detail of how to take risk and how we balance it, and how we should balance, and how educators should teach them such a way so that they understand how to balance their risk-taking attitudes. Then intellectual property rights, which is very important. Entrepreneurs need to know if they have some sort of creative ideas, how to protect that, unless someone will steal. And because of globalization, as you know, lots of copy and paste happening, then all the good idea, creative idea will be useless. So, and the other thing I must say, we need to teach them how to understand change. It's really, really important. If you keep on following other entrepreneurs who were successful in the past, will be totally not relevant, I would say. It depends on many factors, many variables. And number one, what sort of facility government providing to a particular sector, example, hospitality, example, education sector. Also depends on the countries and region. There are country and they have different regions, especially country like India. It's a massive country. Different region plays different kind of part, and different ways they promote different kind of entrepreneurial activity. So these needs to be localized, need to understood properly to influence them. So now I'm coming to the second part of the question, which what education institute could do. I think we should start from the beginning in terms of education sector, the universities, how they are running, what sort of characteristics they have, which can contribute to opportunity recognition, creativity, risk-taking, and innovation. So we should teach such a way to our students so they understand how to recognize opportunity, how to understand creativity, how to think different ways, not the way people normally think. You probably heard or probably seen some of the book written by De Bono. He mentioned in his lateral thinking style, people need to think different way, because if you can think different way, you probably can create efficiency. So yes, we know we try to do some sort of business, we try to create efficiency so that we can make lots of profit. But it's good, but it's not good enough. We need to keep on developing and improving. I can give you an example, the way we are running now in UK. This particular point of time, I mean summertime, we were not doing much compared to what we do now. And why we're doing that? Efficiency increase because of digitalization, because of work-related technology change. So we need to recognize that change and need to do something on it. And that's why, thank God, the conference like this is happening. And I hope other institutions, other universities recognize that as soon as possible and do something about it, rather than doing exactly the way they used to do. And then institutions should support teachers and their engagement, peer support groups. We have different kind of modules in our university. What we do, we send our students to work for somewhere and some places. And as a coursework, they have to write their reflective attitude and what they have learned, how they have learned, what are the theories they have studied, they can connect it with those, their experiential learning. These are the things we do in our university. I think most of the universities should adopt that. And the previous speaker said exactly the same thing, but I'm telling a different way. I'm using as a module instead of entire curriculum. As you know, all university graduates should learn quite a lot of theories and different activities. By going to a workplace, may not learn something different way. They learn exactly same how to copy and do something, which is not good enough. Then they shouldn't go to university, in my opinion. They should continue work in this kind of places as an apprentice. So university should provide broader, radical, huge amount of knowledge in different perspectives, so they can be critical thinker. And obviously culture, it's important within the university, how administrator, faculty members, students, how they interact with each other, because it's a kind of pillar of entrepreneurship, because there are things I have seen in the past, because I studied my school level in country called Bangladesh, which is very close to India. The curriculum is very similar. Quite a lot of things I have noticed, which probably if I go there and advise my teacher who taught me, I'll tell them to do different way. What that mean? That means the power relationship. Say for instance, teacher and student tend to have a power relationship. We need to break that power relationship. We need to take that barrier away, and we need to work with them as a partner, so that any kind of help they require during their study or when they're working, we can provide some support to them, so they understand how to deal with different perspectives in a different ways, different circumstances, different ways, and solve same problem in the different ways. And also, I think we need to tell lots of stories about previous students and current students, what they're doing right now in terms of entrepreneurial success, their stories, rather than putting emphasis on achievement of senior staff or hiring research professor. We need to create that kind of attitude to the university and the faculty level, that we are creating next generation who will create lots of opportunities in terms of providing goods and services, plus also creating recruitment opportunity for lots of graduates. So therefore, I believe entrepreneurs are the main thinker of the country. They actually think more than any other members within the country, because they have to survive. If they do not think well, they cannot survive, especially in a developed country. If they're not thinking what sort of challenge they're going to face today, tomorrow, or 5 years later, then they will be trouble. They will be in serious trouble. Whereas, we as educators, sometimes we don't do that. I am a researcher, but however, plenty of lecturer in the universities in Europe and many countries. They chose that particular job, so that they can just deliver whatever they learn, rather than doing continuous research and develop themselves, so that they can bring their research into the classroom. And they should continuously do research about creativity, about how to engage students in a little bit better way. Some of you probably noticed that we have. Am I talking too long? Sorry. Do you want me to conclude?
Told by you, sir, but since we are running short of time, I'm sorry, I'll have to ask you to conclude, if that is fine with you.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, so as I said, we need to collaborate. Also, we need to collaborate with government officials to understand and create opportunities for our students. And we need to have a partnership with different organizations, so that student finishes and they can do their internship in that organization, so they understand how work can be done. And then we have to also help startup organizations, especially when students finish their graduation. We should have some sort of funding, create funding opportunity for them, so that they can start their entrepreneurial activities as soon as they finish their graduate degree. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, a bit long. Sorry about that.
Nazir, for sharing your thoughts on how to inculcate and develop entrepreneurial attributes and the key drivers, especially mentioning on the risk-taking ability, which is one of the most important attribute any entrepreneur should possess. And also for your advice on what measures higher education institutes could take in this regard. I hope to see you in the next summit also, Dr. Abu Nazir, and maybe we could continue this conversation again. We have with us an entrepreneur from Bhutan, Ms. Sonam Choki, who has founded Bhutan Herbal Tea. Ma'am, I request you to share the experiences and challenges faced by you as an entrepreneur, and also request you to address on what role higher education could play in empowering students to face such challenges. Also, I would appreciate if you could finish the talk in the next 5 minutes, since we are running short of time and our other speakers are waiting in the panel. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. So sorry. Basically, I'm from Bhutan. So Bhutan is a very small country with a population of over 788,000. And we are roughly about 38,000 square kilometers in size. So it's a very small market, as you can understand by the geographical settings. And we are a landlocked country, which makes dealings with other countries very difficult. And especially this pandemic has proved to be very challenging for us, whereby it cut down all of our market with the outside world, because we are a landlocked country, and the only way we could actually put our products in the other countries was by air, and we do not have sea. So that became a huge challenge for us. So we came to understand, of course, it has always been in His Majesty's goals that the goal of self-sustenance in line with the SDGs. So it was a very difficult time as an entrepreneur to survive during this time. And these were few challenges. And what we have understood is the importance of understanding the paradigm shift. Like Mr. Pratap mentioned, the paradigm shift has played a huge role as an entrepreneur too, because now we want to be available, and there are a lot of gaps between the entrepreneur and the market also. What we have seen is if schools could incorporate a lot of case studies and real-time data, partnering with businesses and SMEs in understanding what are the challenges, particular challenges they face, and doing a exact case story on that, and then developing their own innovative and creative ideas to overcome those challenges, and making a bridge and creating more opportunities for themselves and for the entrepreneurial culture in the global scenario. Because limiting to the same business ideas what has been done since conventional times is not proving successful enough. Now it is a time for change. So the culture needs to be inculcated right from the education system. This is a part of what we have understood. The incorporation and collaboration between the SMSEs and the R&D facilities, the R&R facilities it has become a huge demand. For me personally, not being from an agricultural background, proved to be very challenging to venture into the tea business. Though I was passionate about it, I did not have enough data to make my dream come true, or the success. So I had to do everything from scratch myself, the research, the understand. That took me a lot of time. Had there been a research which was already available, a case study done on the market study, or at least on herbs, or something similar to understand the basic culture, the business culture in the market, it would have expedited my progress in the market. one of the challenges that I faced was, since I'm from a technical background, being a legal background, I did not have any expertise when it came to understanding the know-how and technology uses for a tea manufacturing unit. As such, there was no assistance or no place where I could actually understand a help center or enough data to help me understand the technology requirement. And there was also no incubation center at that time in Bhutan to actually collaborate in understanding the technology better. So I had to go to other countries instead of being able to do it within what is available within my premises. And the incorporation of real-time data has become really important because students need to understand the shift in the economic growth, how the global growth is changing, how the economy is changing, how it is affecting in the country, being affected in the country. Just because you find certain business doing very well right now doesn't mean in 10 years they are going to have the same result. So that is a very important data that we need to know as an entrepreneur, and we need to be updated. So if this culture is being inculcated, I think real-time business data needs to be incorporated to understand the real-time scenario and to be able to come up with more creative ideas in to address these changes. One of the most successful thing that we have found in entrepreneurial circle, in our entrepreneurial circle here, is business to students, experience sharing, experience learning, be it a short time experience sharing from people who are actually the founders and startups, and even those who are doing very well, to understand how they started their own businesses has proved to be very promising, and to understand how we can take the better step further. So, okay, I'm so sorry. It seems like we're running out of time. And finally, I would like to close then with a very simple quote by Jim Rohn, which was frequently used by my mentor. Each of us need all of us, and all of us need each of us. So we really need to come together, collaborate, incorporate, hold hands together, entrepreneurs, students, everyone, people in the society, and that is how we can grow together. Thank you.
Ms. Sonam, for that inspirational talk and for sharing your experience as an entrepreneur. It's time to conclude, and I'm sure all the audience will agree that it was a powerful and a wonderful discussion among the entrepreneurs here. It's a very rare opportunity to get such entrepreneurs in a single forum. Thank you. Thus, to conclude, entrepreneurs are a pivotal part of any economy and are considered as a nation's asset. They contribute to the employment generation and also add to the growth and development of a nation. Entrepreneurship has become a prominent discipline in the present times as more and more students are getting into understanding the nuances of it. Today's knowledge-based economy requires the educational institutes like us to impart entrepreneurial skills and knowledge. Thus, educating and nurturing entrepreneurial culture is crucial and gaining momentum. Let us align and innovate and carve more entrepreneurs and teach them through experiential learning, like our panel speakers have mentioned. On behalf of Garden City University and UCJC, I thank our esteemed speakers on this panel for participating and sharing your thoughts. I also thank all the audience who have joined us here. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bandina, for moderating this panel and for your final comments, which have been very enlightening. I am sure we all agree, just as Dr. Vendina mentioned, that it has been a very interesting discussion triggered by Dr. Kras's keynote and followed by this panel contributions on the role of higher education institutions to integrate this entrepreneurial mindset within their organizational culture. We will now take a very short 1-minute break before giving way to the final stretch of the event with the intervention of our senior advisor of the Global Education Forum, Harvard professor, Dr. Light.
Welcome back. I know it's been a long day, but don't go anywhere. We have saved best for the last. I have the great pleasure of inviting Harvard University professor, Professor Richard Light. I've had the opportunity and pleasure of listening to him at the Global Education Forum Third Act in Madrid. He is going to talk to us about 3 big challenges that are facing excellent universities. Before his talk, I would ask our team to play a small video of his profile.
Richard J. Light is a Carl H. Fordsheimer Professor of Teaching and Learning. His PhD is from Harvard in Statistics. Mr. Light created the Harvard Assessment Seminars, a consortium of leaders from 25 colleges and universities with a common goal to carry out research on enhancing college effectiveness. Mr. Light created and co-chaired several additional projects, including Forum for Excellence and Innovation in Higher Education. This activity brings together 16 excellent campuses and their leaders to try innovations and to rigorously assess their impact on students' learning. Mr. Light recently created and chairs the Harvard Higher Education Leaders Forum, which brings together rising future campus leaders each year for discussion and debate about changing campus needs. Mr. Light has organized deans and campus leaders from Harvard, Brown, Duke, and Georgetown for a long-term project. The group is working collaboratively to explore and enhance the experiences of first-generation college students, especially at highly selective campuses. This effort has focused on enhancing first-generation student success both inside and outside of the classroom. Mr. Light has currently completed a new book with former HGSC graduate student advisee Alison Jagla called Becoming a Great University, to be published by Princeton University Press in 2022. Mr. Light is author of Making the Most of College, Students Speak Their Minds. This book won the Stone Award for Best Book of the Year on Education and Society. It has become one of the 3 best-selling books in the 100-year history of the Harvard University Press. He is co-author of Summing Up, The Science of Reviewing Research with David Pillemer, and he is co-author of By Design, Planning Research on Higher Education with Judith Singer and John Willett. He served on the Harvard Business School External Visiting Committee. He has been chairman of the Panel on Youth for the National Academy of Sciences in Washington, D.C., has served as the first elected president of the American Evaluation Association and as a member of the national boards of the U.S. Government Accountability Office and the Fund for the Improvement of Post-Secondary Education. Mr. Light is an elected fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and of the National Academy of Education. He has won the Paul Lazarsfeld Award for Distinguished Contributions to Science and was named by Vanderbilt University's Chancellor's Lecture Series as one of America's great teachers. Global Education Forum and Garden City University welcome you.
That was the amazing profile of Professor Richard Light. Now I make way and I ask him to enlighten us with his talk. Thank you, sir.
First of all, it is a privilege to be here at the Global Education Forum, Third Act, South Asia emphasis. Second, with that extraordinary introduction that we just had of me, which I never expected, I must tell you, I have 2 grown daughters, and every day they remind me, I put on my pants 1 leg at a time, just like everybody else, and you're very kind to do this. All right, let me get right to our subject. I hope that there will be adequate time. I'm going to do this in 15 minutes, no more, to summarize a few ideas that you might, I hope, find helpful for taking an important step. That step is actually, I'm going to shamelessly hold up a new book that was just published a few weeks ago, Princeton University Press. It's called Becoming Great Universities, Small Steps for Sustained Excellence. I am the author, senior author, with a terrific younger co-author, a graduate student who's my advisee 2 years ago at Harvard as a graduate student. Her name is Allison Jegla, Jegla. All right, and I'm going to share with you some of the ideas that emerge from this book. Imagine a theme which I believe applies to all the universities that I have heard speaking this morning so far. And that is the world, the whole world, including South Asia, has many very good, quite good universities, but few of them are truly great. And so that raises the question, how does a university that wants to take the difficult step from becoming just pretty good, and actually become great, what are some steps they can take? What can the leadership do? What can faculty, staff, and even students do to enhance, enrich, and just make real the promise of a wonderful university experience? And so here are some ideas, and my big theme will be not a single one of the ideas that I'm going to present right now costs 1 penny. They're totally free. They're no cost, or very, very low cost, as you will see, which is why I'm hoping that you will find these appealing, because in America, there are many universities that want to become better, but they do not always find it so easy. So here goes. The first, I want to say one other point, and that is my own background, by the way. It's in statistics. I have a PhD in statistics. I got it from Harvard University. And what happened was that I was asked by several presidents of my university to lead an effort at my university. I encourage this for every university, everyone on the face of the earth in any country, to lead an effort to assess, to evaluate, what are we as a university doing well with and for our terrific students? And frankly, what are we maybe not doing quite so well and we could improve a little bit on? So in that spirit, here are my several big ideas. The first idea, I hope will not surprise you, but I want to take a minute on it. And that is, increasingly, a truckload of research shows students learn best with what's called active learning. And I think you all know exactly what active learning is. It means not sitting passively in a large auditorium, hiding behind a pole in row 56, never opening your mouth, never contributing to discussion, just sitting in silence. Now, in large introductory classes in subjects like certain business classes, certain introduction to biology, introduction to economics, introduction to history, and so on, introduction to accounting. It could very well be that there are very large classes. But one of the major findings of our research, which I therefore suggest for any university, is require your students at university to take at least just one small class every semester. Here in the States, in America, as I think most all of you know very well, a typical university career involves going for 4 years. That is fall semester and spring semester each year. That's 8 semesters, which means these days in the year 2022, just about every American attending a university now will be taking 8 small classes in the 4 years they spend at an American university. Now, that requires planning. It requires effort on the part of university leadership. It doesn't happen by itself. It's easy and it's less expensive to have 600 students sitting in a big room. But my point just is, better have 3 rooms of 700 students or 800 and 1 room with only 20 where the students actually get to speak up and contribute. So that's my first point. By the way, here's a piece of data, if any of you find this interesting. What I know best is the United States. So forgive me, I will now say something about the United States. You all know more about your countries. But about the United States, in the year 2000, 22 years ago, what fraction of all university classes were taught using lectures as a teaching method? The answer happens to be 78%. The overwhelming majority of classes were taught using a lecture. Now, today, in the year 2022, this past spring, just ended 2 months ago, what fraction of all university classes, not just at my university, but at all American universities, what fraction were taught using lectures? 36%. It has dropped from 78 to 36, and it's going to continue dropping because most university leaders understand students need to be more actively engaged. Now, what are some ways? I have a minute left on this topic. What are some ways of getting students to speak up in class? One, organize a debate. Suppose you have a class of 20. Again, you need a small class to do this. 10 students are assigned. Next week, your job is to make a good, crisp, clear, evidence-based argument about why country X should increase tariffs on imports from country Y. Obviously, that could be in an economics course or in a business school course of any kind. Meanwhile, the other 10 students, they're on the other side, they're told, argue the opposite side. What are good reasons to not impose tariffs on imports from country X to country Y? What should country Y do? More tariffs or lower tariffs? The students love it. And look at the side benefits. One side benefit is they have to prepare both teams of 10. If there are 20 in a class, 2 teams of 10, they're going to debate. That means they have to meet outside of class, which means it may be online, it may be on the telephone, it may be they have a cup of coffee together one morning, but on campus, whatever it is, the point just is they have to prepare. Okay, second, imagine doing in-class simulations. That's very popular at some of the strongest American universities. I tried this for the first time 2 years ago, and I'm going to prove it that I really did it. I'm now going to create a new university as we all sit here. Its name is Appian, A-P-P-I-A-N University. That happens to be the street in Boston, Massachusetts, where Harvard is located. So I am now declaring that I am the president of Appian University. And I came into class wearing the hat, and the students were laughing. They seemed to be having a very good time. And basically I said, I need advice. I need your expert advice. And I divided the students into a group of 7 trustees. They play they're young, they're 22 years old, but they played the role of trustees. A different 7 played the role of university students, regular students. A different 7 pretended they were the faculty. A different 7 pretended that they were the deans, and a different 7 were alumni. And they each spoke for 5 minutes, giving advice to the president, me, about how we should integrate online learning using Zoom and other such devices we're using now. How do we integrate it more effectively into our routine teaching and learning? And I gave the example, suppose a group of students comes to me as president of a university and says, it costs an awful lot of money to go to this university, and it's 4 years. How about we come for 3 years in person, and the 4th year, we take classes online. And we're tested, and we have to show we learned the material. But in return, you lower the tuition by 1/4, because you're only have us on campus for 3 years. How shall we respond? I asked the different groups, and the students disagreed with one another. It was wonderful. They became actively involved. So, end of story. That is my first suggestion. Now, suggestion number 2. Every university in the world, wherever they're located, has the extraordinary strength that they have a captive audience. And by that, I just mean they have all the students here. Many students have good ideas. Some students may come up with an idea that would be a wonderful new activity to do at a university, and the leaders of the university just never thought of it. And the result is I will encourage all and everyone who's listening, all of you, to consider inviting your students to come up, constructively, good-spiritedly, with whatever ideas they can come up with to enhance the student experience, to enrich it, to make it more full and wonderful at your university. And I want to give you a real example that just happened this last year at my university. I actually experienced it. 4 students were staying up in their residence hall. I know some of you call them hostels. That's fine. Residence hall, hostel, dormitory, whatever you call it. 4 students were up night after night. They were saying, this is crazy. I come to this university that it has hundreds of wonderful professors, but each student, only gets to see the professors in their classes. 4 years, 8 classes per year, 8 times 4, that means each student takes 32 classes. So each student is exposed to 32 professors. And the students are saying, what about all the others? I never get to hear their great ideas. So these students went to a dean at Harvard University, 4 20-year-olds, young folks, 2 men, 2 women. And they said, Madame, it was a woman, Madame Dean, could we reserve the largest auditorium, the largest hall, lecture hall on our Harvard campus one night in February? And the dean said, why? What do you want it for? And the student said, we would like to start a new program. It'll be for one evening. There's no money involved. It costs the university $0. We want to call it 10 great ideas, 10 professors, 10 minutes each. This all was the students' idea. It was not my idea. It was not my president's idea. It's the students. And they said they want to invite 10 professors to each speak in 10 minutes or less and give their most exciting idea from their field. It may be accounting. It may be computer science. It may be information technology. It may be life sciences. It may be nursing. It may be, something else, history, whatever it is. So the dean said, great idea. I welcome your creative thinking. And the auditorium was put aside. No one knew. By the way, 10 professors were invited, chosen by the students. Every single professor who was invited accepted. They considered it an honor to come up and talk for 10 minutes to a large group of students who were interested. No money changed hands in any direction. No one was paid to come. There was no charge. The professors are not paid to do it. It's just a contribution to their university community. No one knew on a cold night in February how many students would show up. The conclusion is lines of students snaked around the building. There were over 900 students who showed up. The event was so successful, the plan is now to make it a regular annual yearly event at Harvard. And about 6 other universities said, Stanford University said, this is good, we're going to do the same thing. So they took the same idea. So that's my suggestion. It's actually, again, if I were the treasurer, if I were the chief financial officer of Harvard University, how much would it cost me to implement this idea? I think the exact answer to the 3rd decimal place is 0. It cost nothing. So that's the second idea. Third idea. I think many students and their families around the world, they believe that the main work that professors and faculty at any university do, it may be in South Asia, it may be in the US, it may be in Latin America, somewhere else. The main work is faculty members do research of different sorts. And that's right. It's a big part of a professor's work. But it is also right that the single biggest change that has been happening over the last roughly 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, there is increased attention to experimenting, innovating with new methods of teaching. And so I would like to pose 2 very short examples. They really are short. Suppose your university, everyone who's listening, suppose your university decided right now we have a number of students in a large introductory biology and life sciences class. And they learn pretty much, but not that many of them, only a small fraction, continue to take more advanced courses. Some do, but many don't. Suppose 5 different faculty members say, I think I can teach a little differently and I can do better. I can teach the material better, the students will learn it better, but also they'll be more interested in it. My question for you is, if 5 different professors each teach one section, one class of introductory biology, they try a new way of teaching. Do you expect all 5 to succeed? I doubt very much if they could possibly succeed. In other words, I'd be happy. I think everyone I know would be happy if just 1 or 2 of the 5 succeeded. My question for university leaders listening to me now is, do you reward the 1 or 2 professors who successfully taught more effectively, or do you reward all 5 for trying, for making the effort to be innovative? And I will give you, I can tell you, this question has been posed for several years on many campuses, at many universities here in America. I can tell you, we are quickly learning. The goal is to reward all 5, reward the effort at innovation. And I will give you one other short example of, again, from my own life, and that is, each year I teach a seminar for 20 first-year students at my university. I make a point to take 10 women and 10 men, and I get 100 applicants. I end up choosing 20. So the point of this is that class, which meets once a week, the title of my class is Tackling Tough Problems in Modern Higher Education. That's exactly what this Global Education Forum we've been discussing. And by the way, the class gets good ratings from students. They seem to like the class that I teach. This past year, I tried something different. It's a 3-hour class. It meets once a week, say on a Thursday afternoon from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., meaning once a week, 3 hours a week. Instead of my leading a class discussion, which is what I have done year after year after year for years, I changed it this year. And instead, I lead the class discussion not for 3 hours, but for only 2.5 of the 3 hours. And in the remaining half hour, 2 students in the class lead the rest of the discussion for the remaining half hour. I make a point to choose a young man and a young woman. I pair them up. That means they have to meet outside of class over a cup of tea or coffee or whatever it may be, lunch, soup, whatever they choose. They can do it on Zoom. They can do it on the phone. They can do it in person. They can do it in a residence hall. Just discuss, how are they going to lead a discussion about a university? And the point just is, it was astonishing, several findings to me, astonishing. The first one is, the students are asked at the end of the term, how many hours a week, be honest, how many hours a week did you spend working on this class? The answer used to be approximately 5 to 6. Now, with this new teaching method, it was 7 to 8. It's a small change, but it's more. When asked why did they work more, almost every student said the same thing. They said, I know it'll be my turn to lead the class discussion, in 2 weeks, it's my turn. So I have to come this week and next week and last week very well prepared, because I want people, when I lead the discussion, I want people to come prepared. So therefore, I better come prepared for my classmates when they lead the discussion. The end of that example is simply that the class was a total success. It got the highest ratings of all the classes I've ever taught in my life. And it was such a simple idea. Of the 3 hours, have 2 students with 2 weeks advance notice lead the conversation. And they should be, of course, they should include a lot of the other students, get them to talk, which is a very, very big plus. That may not surprise most of you. I don't think it surprises most of you. But anyway, that's it. My final point, and I'll stop. I've mentioned those are my 3 examples, but I'm going to take 1 more minute, and then don't worry, I'm not going to go forever. I simply want to say every university that wishes to become even better should remember, how many hours are there in a week? Most people don't ask themselves that question very often. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, equals 168 hours. How many hours do most of your students spend sitting in a classroom? 10 each week, 12, 15, 16? They don't spend 80 hours a week in the classroom, which means if they spend, say, 15 hours a week of the 168 in the week, more than 90% of their time is spent outside of the classroom. So the reason I make this big point is any university that wants to enrich, make even stronger their students' experience should think, what are some skills they might offer, maybe workshops, not for academic credit, not for any fee. There's no money that needs to change hands here. I can give you a couple of examples of what other universities I have seen do. For example, one university said, come from Monday 4 to 5:30 to a certain room. We will have a discussion about how to begin public presentations as effectively as possible. A different afternoon, a different session was, how do you give advice to your colleagues as usefully and helpfully and respectfully as possible? A third example, it was really, how do you receive advice from other friends and colleagues respectfully and helpfully? And we could do a long list, but I hope this gives a flavor. I think my 15 minutes has run out, but I want to conclude by saying it is a privilege to be here with you folks, mostly from South Asia. And this Global Education Forum is just a terrific idea. Thank you. I will now turn it back over to, is it to Eva or to Christo? Whoever gets it, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Light. It's always a pleasure listening to you, having you here. Thank you for your wise words, for your contributions to the debate on the future of higher education. And also, I must say, thank you for sharing with us the new book you have published that is so well aligned with the debate that concerns us. And congratulations to you and obviously to Alison as well. Today, I'm going to do a wrap up, a summarization of all the conversations that have gone on during the interesting day that we've had. And really, if you think about it, today we have carried out an impressive exercise of, I would say, strategy development. Because in fact, the exercise of predicting the future triggers, firstly, simultaneous consideration of past events. Secondly, the estimation of the current situation. And thirdly, brainstorming and analyzing the likely future and the future development possibilities. So despite the future being impossible to predict, by working together to envisage a course for a desirable tomorrow, it is possible to embrace adaptability and innovativeness and ultimately turn uncertainty into opportunity. Gathering some of the key ideas that Professor Light has just shared with us and that have also emerged from the various interventions in the keynote addresses and the panel discussions, I would like to summarize them in 3 roles that universities should adopt to give an answer to the question that has vertebrated our event today. How must a third millennium university reinvent itself to respond to the new needs of society? First of all, universities should act as talent engines, creating talent and not just professionals. They should focus on developing and validating students' competencies, skills, and knowledge. The vertical transmission of information must give way to individual and collective learning spaces for problem solving, where technology must play a key part, as we have heard. Indeed, digital technologies are opening up new learning spaces ranging from tutorial videos to extracurricular platforms. And this platformization, we can call it like that, this platformization process, presupposing obviously a strong instructional design, will generate profound changes in the curriculum if integrated transversely in the teaching and learning process. Secondly, the university should be seen as a life partner, accompanying the individual in his or her own personal, professional, academic, physical, mental, and let's not forget, as many of the speakers have insisted on, spiritual development. As we have learned from the digitalization panel, for example, higher education institutions should promote digitalization for lifelong learning by imparting digitalized learning culture. This will necessarily promote something which is very important, which is students' self-directed learning and self-assessment. key competencies for the 21st century learner. In fact, the university must be able to scale up the skills of lifelong learning professionals so that they become receivers and givers of knowledge and achieve an integral well-being that affects their whole person. As also mentioned in the well-being and in the entrepreneurship panels, it is essential to create communities with a sense of purpose, where professors and all the university stakeholders promote change-maker spirits that embraces all levels of the institution. And finally, universities must be a home entrepreneurial base for students, academics, and business, and an open co-working exchange space for the region to enable smart specialization and solutions, both locally for the community and on a global scale for international outreach. In order to achieve this, a new, more adaptive, visionary, and shared leadership is necessary, where teachers should create learning opportunities and facilitate orientation and questions for students, for them to find their own answers. Students will need to learn the necessary skills to become entrepreneurs by practicing. That's the importance of experiential learning. All this will be possible by embracing innovative ways of teaching and placing an institutional emphasis on addressing the Agenda 2030 SDGs via co-creation processes involving academicians, university leaders, governments, and industry. And before passing on the floor to Christo Joseph, on behalf of UCJC, I would like to thank the entire Garden City University team for making this summit possible. Thank you, Garden City University, for your commitment and your professionalism. And thank you to all the speakers for having contributed such rich and significant ideas, which will allow us from the UCJC and from the Global Education Forum Management to continue advancing in the debate on the future of higher education on a global scale. Thank you very much. And Crystal, please, the floor is yours.
That was so comprehensive, and it had every point that every panel had to say. You have made my work very easy. I can just say thank you and leave, but I won't do that. But what I do, I have to congratulate you for that wonderful summarization that you gave. Thank you very much, Eva. Now we have come towards the end of the entire Global Education Forum South Asia Summit. A lot has gone, a lot has happened, a lot of deliberations, a lot of ideas, a lot of ideations from great speakers. And it has been a very inspirational day for all of us that is here at Garden City University and people who have been viewing it. And I thank everyone for being a part of this and for making things possible. Before I actually, want to extend thanks to all the people, because I have a list that I have prepared. I have something very interesting that just happened. I think Professor Richard really liked the video that was created. And I must tell you, Professor Richard, that our students are the ones that had created this. And it was a project that was given to them, and it was the students that had created. And our students have gone 1 mile ahead, and they have actually created a snippet video, a video highlighting what all happened today. So may I request our team to play that video that our students have created. I think they deserve a round of applause wherever they are. I think it's amazing. The last word there was that the global education movement continues. And I think that is the takeaway from this. We've had some great discussions, and all these discussions need to move further into make them practical ideas to be implemented. And I think that is what we all should aspire for. And at Garden City University, I think this is what we will try to do. Not just be a good institution, but as Professor Richard had put it, how do we become a great institution? So this is what we will try and do. Firstly, I would like to actually, with heartfelt gratitude, I had to thank the UCJC, the president of the university, Ms. Neves. She's been a support. She says we're great friends. The first time I met her, it was since then we have been great partners, both our universities, UCJC and Garden City University. And we have always been there for each other. And we are very proud to take up the mantle of this challenge that was there to do the first summit outside Europe. And we did it at the South Asia. And we're very happy to host it. And we're very honored to have done it. And thank you very much. The entire team at UCJC who supported us, Eva, and the entire IT team, that we had constant, communication to make this happen. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Any event like this will not be possible without some amazing people that are working behind the scenes. I have my entire team of faculty at Garden City University. I have technicians. I have people that have been there throughout, and maybe sometimes I have gone overboard and maybe pestered them a little more, but I think I owe them great gratitude, and thank you very much for being with me and the entire team at Garden City University to make this possible. I thank you very much. The keynote speakers, the panel speakers, all of you who have actually made this the summit enriching experience for all of us. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you for agreeing to come. I know it's different time zones for each of you, but you have all come there and you've all been there and waited and gave your thoughts. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Thank you very much. And it is because of your words and your thoughts that this conference has had some fruitful messages and thoughts that has come out of this entire deliberation. Last, but the most important, this has happened because of the students and the faculty, like I said, that were involved. Thank you, all the students who are watching, who are actually being a part of this. They're watching what is happening at the university. They're seeing there is things that are happening, deliberations that are happening. We are very proud that Garden City University is actually talking about the future of higher education and being a part of that. And we are, in a way, we are being looked at, and I hope in a way inspiring the young people to come into the education sector. And thank you, all of you, for participating and making this event a great success. For me, this entire event, I would have not been able to do it without the support of our Chancellor, Dr. Joseph Viji. He has been there and guided me, and sometimes even put me in the right track when it was required. And he's the inspiration for me to do this entire event and to be an organizer of this event. I thank him, and I thank him, and I'm always blessed to be beside him and to have his support. The management, I never like to use the word management, but the vice chancellor, vice chancellor, all the moderators, they did an excellent job. And thank you very much for being there and for doing it. It is around 9:30 p.m. here in India. And I wish I could pan the camera and show you. I have the entire team here. I have my faculty members stay back, and they're doing it. I'm highly grateful to all of you for being here and making this conference a success. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to all of you, and thank you. And like we said, this conversation does not stop here. The global education movement continues, and we hope that the next chapter of wherever it is, we are also there to support it and to move forward. Thank you very much, and see you. Signing off. Namaskara. Namaste.